Bonsoir. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, Seema. Hello, X Digital. Hello, Hasipico. Hello, Grixt. Hello, Sly. Hello, Hunter. Hello, Hunter. There we go. Tripped on my own tongue. Hello, Kata. I asked this guy to elaborate. Well, would you like to elaborate? And I get a Sag back. Just cannot be straight with me. Hello, Chess. Good to see you. Hello. I think the Vietnamese culture is pretty cool. Why are you sagging? I don't understand. Me when I forgot to check the weekly prompt channel? That's okay. 35 stream streak. Thank you very much, Grixt. Diabolically laughing. Maniacally even. Quite giddy. I posted mine late, but I hope you catch it. I already did. I have them all loaded up on this thing right here. Yours is right here. Don't worry, I'm not going to dox you because that's why it's already on page 1. Our month-long stream streak. Hi, Kinji Cat. Welcome in. 45 coins. Some of you have a lot of coins now. I'm excited to read in hopes of consuming art in my brain to increase my vocab. Well, actually, yeah, I just realized you guys can't see the screen. Let's look at this. Like I said, I have yours here, Tenebro. Like I said, it's already to page 1 so that I don't dox you. Yours is right here, Chess. You're first. Digital don't even respond anymore. They look at you like at this sad. You didn't even spell it right. Most confusing use of the Sag emote I've ever seen. Not even a people happy. Not even a wide people happy. Just a Sag. Excited to read in hopes of consuming art in my brain, increase my vocab. Yeah. All right, so thanks, man. You're welcome. And what was I on about? Right. So for those of you who aren't in the know, welcome to. Well, technically, we are on week 12. Actually, this is week 12. We had 2 weeks of the same prompt. I'll be honest, it was more like a skip and then. A skip a week, and then after that we did Aliens. Well, technically we did Aliens twice, but like, there's a whole lot of nothing in between of those because everyone was super busy. That's okay. And so now this third week of this month, we are, what's the word? Doing a anything goes prompt today. So whatever anyone wants to show me. That's cool. Gonna be right back to food first, and I shall return. All right, Housepico. I was gonna say though, update is I'm thinking this might work really well as a once a month kind of thing. That way it gives me room to do whatever I want on other Fridays. You know, in terms of reading and writing. I'm still gonna do weekly reading and writing streams. I won't stop. All right. I feel like that would be a crime if I were. If I did, I mean. I spelled marriage wrong. Well, too late now. Here, I'll fix it for you. Don't worry, Ronswall will fix it. We'll try to write something quickly for this stream. Okay, gotcha. We still gotta finish Moby Dick. The last chapter I remember is that very, very long chapter that was all about whales. Hi, Fever. Thank you for picking up your daily coin. Did I join in just to hear we're only doing prompts once a month? I think I'm thinking of ending things. Just for you, I'm gonna start sending like, what's it called? Weekly prompts only to you. I'm gonna cry. I'm already crying. We are gonna cap. Worker gets 4 prompts. Everyone else gets 1. This means that when we share, Worker gets 4 things to share. I don't know if this is gonna work out because for some of you that means you'll be like, nah, what am I saying? We won't have a surplus of stuff. I was like, well, if everyone has something to share, we're gonna cram it all in one stream, and then it's gonna be too much content. But then I realized that most of you just end up procrastinating anyway, even though you shouldn't. And that's okay. I understand. I get it. But since most of you procrastinate anyway, that just means that on the day of, they'll be like, hey, here's something, I guess. And I'll get like a return of maybe half of you ready to share something despite it being a month. Are we crying? That's what I'm asking. Twice a week prompt specifically for Worker. Straight news DMs. What do you mean twice a week? 4 times a week, baby. Wait, 4 times a week. Oh, damn. I'm insane. Sorry. I meant 4 times a month. Math is not my strong suit, as you could probably tell. By the way, I rewatched my VODs from the last few days, and I did miss some messages here and there, so I've written them down. For example, Grix, I forgot to ask you, how was your workout at the gym the other day? I know you said you were nervous, even though, like, you shouldn't be nervous, but yeah. Someone brought some chicks to your workplace. Like the little tiny baby ones? Like the alive ones or the ones that are branded as little tiny marshmallows? I often go to Christ and Terra's stand mixer by making my classic brownies. Oh yeah, it was fun. I'm trying to get hot. It's hot girl summer. Wow. Worker, you heard the bar. 36 prompt submissions by June 1st. Insanity is the best. Too easy skirt. Pause. Hot Girl Summer play. I thought they were called peeps. You're right. They are called peeps. You're right. I forgot. Hot is a mindset. Anywho, that's true. Technically, being hot is subjective. Being muscular is hot to some people. Being naturally round is also attractive to some people. All right, it's a full spectrum. But usually when people say they want to look hot, they want to look hot by their own standards. So we are all hot in our own right. That's not. I could never get hot, but I can get unfat. So that's my goal. Yeah, it's usually a dieting thing. 2 times speed, 3 times speed. God dang it. Do re mi. Play me a song, Piano Man. Play us a song tonight. It is Friday. Because we're all in the mood for a melody, and you've got us feeling all right. I want to look hot, but I'm too cold. I understood the joke. Thank you. I want to be hot. Ron, give me the lighter. I'm not lighting you on fire. Live birds. Okay. And I assume they were in like a container of some sort. Must be the farmers. At any rate. Let's go. Let's start going through these pieces, shall we? I'm thinking, hold on. I'm thinking sounds of the waves today for my white noise in the background. That's the one, I think. Wait, is it that one? Pretty sure it's this one. I forgot to post mine again. Well, well, well. Thank you for lurking, Shucks. Good to see you. It's not the one I usually use, but it's technically fine. A little quieter. That's to do some recording. Yep. Happy Friday. A box, I see. Hunter, get away from the birds. I want to build more muscle, and I would like to get into running so I can escape when we can no longer leave our cities. That's true, and that's why I will always be happy that I'm a long-distance runner. So this first one is brought to us by Chess the War Sharkeep, otherwise known sometimes as Chess VT. But anyways, this one's a long alliteration piece full of M's. Make way for the March of Madness. Alright. March mends the madness, men move more amuck, making moonlight more in the morning. It meets on the mounds as melodies, mention mercy, murky marshes, and melodramatic monsters masquerading as merchants to merely maneuver manufactured manual mental migration to mastery. Mimicry of the mundane is a mere minuscule of the momentum of the magecraft to the monsters who manifest and manipulate the mere malice markings of the marriage, the machinations of mystery of the monastery of the meager and the mouse, for murders of mediocrity and medical are minute. Mayhaps the mother of the mixture is modest enough to monitor the month on the moody morose to the midnight mile and meddle the microcosm of minorities in misery and melt the memory in margin. For the monarchy of monetization, the motion of the March of Madness makes momentum into the month as mortal minds melt to mush and mucus. Well, thank you for that. It's a fun practice and alliteration for sure. It's one of those things where there was so much densely packed in there. Everything, pretty much, almost every word starts with an M, and that's very impressive. Does it all make sense though? Technically, yes. Grammatically, there are some things here and there, but it's fine. But it's more abstract than it actually is concrete, which is the funny thing. That is, a tongue twister, basically. Kind of. The alliteration M makes me, Perhaps I should read it one more time, just for good measure. I want to look muscular so nobody won't want to attack me, because I would piss myself. I see. It's the baton. Hello, Gumshoe. Ron, yes. I've got your piece lined up, don't worry. Baton. Nobody calls me this. Also, I wonder if baton means something different in French. Probably not, right? It would be funny if it was to pass. So once again, let me read this. I call him Bard Moss. I know you do. I made a new nickname for you. Congratulations. Thank you. I suppose I should be grateful. I'm going to read this again. Even, like, to take it in again. March mends the madness. Men move more muck. Making moonlight more in the morning. It meets on the mountains as melodies mention mercy, murky marshes, and melodramatic monsters masquerading as merchants to merely maneuver manufactured manual mental migration of mastery. Mimicry of the mundane is a mere minuscule the momentum of the magecraft of the monsters who manifest and manipulate the mere malice markings of the marriage, the machinations of mystery of the monastery, the meager, and the mouse. For murders of mediocrity and medical are minute. Mayhaps the mother of the mixture is modest enough to monitor the month on the moody morose, to the midnight mile and meddle the microcosm of minorities and misery, and melt the memory and margin. For the monarchy of monetization, the motion of the March of Madness makes momentum into the month as mortal minds melt mush and mucus. I understood what it was about this time. It's the month where, well, to put it straightforwardly, things go bump in the night, and you won't necessarily understand them. The only thing I think what I would critique here is actually this word mouse. The meager and the mouse. I'm not sure about this one. It just doesn't seem to fit in. I understand what you were going for, but because of the way that this is a noun, it's not even an adjective noun, though, is the problem. Meager, the meager, right, is an adjective that functions as a noun. The mouse, however, is just a noun. And it doesn't apply to a variety or a group. That's kind of it. I mean, I can correct it like that, but whatever. Add it to the list, baton. Who's calling me this? Never mind. Where am I even gonna put this? I'm gonna put it right there. Stick or staff. Okay. Thank you, Tenebro. Better than throat goat. That's true. That is better. Welcome back, Hospico. We love Cabin Fever Month. I guess you do go crazy. That's what they call cabin fever when you stay indoors for too long. At any rate, thank you very much, Chess. That was fun to read. And sometimes you really do have to read something twice to understand it. Because the first time you're going to be like, what the heck what did I just read? Second time around, I understood it. So that's cool. All right, next up. Actually, I should probably wait until they're here, but this one's by their headless. We'll revisit them. We'll revisit this one. Sly is here, actually. And what Sly submitted is this. I believe it's a song that they were working on. I haven't listened to this one yet, so my reaction is going to be just as genuine as yours right now. No pan drop? Wait, what do you mean no pan drop? Let's see. Oh, I know why. I have to Oh, this explains why there were so few redeems the other day. It's because they're all on pause. I forgot to unpause them. Huh. Well, now all the redeems are back open, so now you may do all the funny things. That explains why the last 2 days are so peaceful. Ow! There we go. It was done in an hour on March 1st. Wow, it's It's one I made a while back and love the most. I lost the most of, my bad. Well, let's see. Oh, I was like, why can't I hear it? I remembered why. Oh, that's cool. I love that crunchy bass. The melody's fun too. I like the way your brain works. Nice build-up. I like that. Taking away instruments. This is a nice vibe too, yeah. It reminds me of those like beginnings of old video games. Like you boot up Castlevania or something like that, and this is what you hear. Can we post twice? I made music too? Sure, I don't mind. Musicians, huh? I'm so curious what you used to make this because I would love to mess around with this thing too. I think my only critique about this is that, well, you did say you lost most of it, but I kind of wanted the drum with the percussion to pick back up at the end there. Because you can hear it at the beginning here, down here, I think. Or maybe there wasn't any. I'm just imagining things, sorry. It was just more layered because there was more stuff happening. Oh, there was a burr, burr, burr. Yeah, I wanted the other layers to come back in. Yeah, that part right there. I didn't have any drums, just sub and bass. Yeah. Yeah, whatever that was just now. Yeah, whatever that was. Very cool job from Sly. Yeah, I liked it. I don't really have much to critique here. It already does everything well. The chords are locking in. The beat's good. The melody line is present and driving. I love the way that the bass holds everything up together. I think the layers are really nicely done. And overall, yeah, I like this. If you would ever want to continue this, I think it would be great. Either that or you can find a way to make it loop. Definitely old video game feels though because of the pixelated instrument stuff. Feels gothic, 8-bit gothic. Yeah, I very much like this. I did too. Very cool. I like this more than most video game music, to be honest. I mean, it's old school video game sounds. But that would explain it. Okie dokie then. Very Castlevania? Yeah. Speaking of you, Gumshoe, now that I see you. Hey, it's your thing. This is the pilot you've been working on. Title, a work in progress, but right now it's just called Myth. I wrote a fugue. Oh no. You mean oh no. Stand proud. Gumshoe jump scare. Sorry, there's nothing I can do to make it less bright because this is a PDF. And it is done in script format. Let's see. Interior black void. Or fade in, interior black void. Nothingness starts out the scene. A little faint light in the center starts to shine. The light expands and shows a lush world with kingdoms and castles. Exterior, city of Jericho, past fields, or in the past. Humans, elves, dwarves, living in harmony. Then dark skies start to roam in. An impressive atmosphere as hordes of orcs, demons, and other fallen races, monsters start to show. A large-scale fight breaks out. Ash, voiceover. So echoey. Millennia ago, this world was in chaos, while those behind the walls of cities, protected by their noblemen, were able to take refuge. Others were at the mercy of demons and monsters. The war between light and dark never seemed to end. The fighting stops as everyone turns to look to the sky. A glowing beam of light reveals a man in golden armor with the companion of every race by his side. They all stand in the middle of the two factions. Ash voiceover continued. All that changed when the hero ascended. No one knew from where he came, but there in the middle of a battlefield was a golden man accompanied by both light and dark kin. He looked as though he were from the heavens above, a hero of the Age of Light. It's what I went to college for, yeah. A writer. Well, screenwriter, I assume. Script format is based, yep. Fade 2, interior/exterior city of Jericho, past, continuous. The hero is seen helping the city rebuild with demons and monsters helping out. Over time, the city is brand new, bigger than before, and now with all races living together. A golden statue of the hero is put up in the city's main square. Ash voiceover. Over time, the hero would unite the races of this land, help create cities where light and dark could coexist in peace and harmony. The hero traveled the land and helped bring order to a chaotic world. I was actually going to make this like a song you could dance to and was going to be made for someone. The person I was making it for just disappeared one day, so I took it, redid the instruments, and added more to the song. This has happened to me before. People just up and disappearing in the internet sphere. I sure hope they're doing alright. Fade 2, interior/exterior city of Jericho, past, continuous. Years pass, and the hero is now on his deathbed, dying of old age. He looks outside to see his statue now with his glowing sword in a stone at the base. Ash voiceover. However, the hero would, like all humans, die. He bore no offspring, but while on his deathbed, said that one day, a new hero will come, if and when the world ever needed one again. And so, in the city of Jericho, there now lies the hero's sword at his grave. It is said that only a hero can wield the sword as such. It lies waiting for the day a new hero comes to claim it. Cut to exterior city of Jericho, present year 3020, the grave of the hero. Match cut to modern day Jericho. Text at the bottom says the year 3020. The city is nothing like the cobblestone streets and simple houses of before. It is a technological marvel, with neon signs, holograms, and dirt lying all around. The statue/grave of the hero, once golden, has lost all of its shine. The sword still rests in the stone. A tall man with silver hair is seen staring at the sword as he goes to light a cig which has dwarven marks on it. What a fun detail. The cig is lit up with a magic blue shock from the man's fingers, showing a mechanical glove under his long coat. Ash VO. At least, that's what the legend says. Ash appears, a tall, slender human man wearing a distinctive gray coat. The glow of his cig illuminating his face, revealing his silver hair and a circle badge with a star pinned right into the coat. As he stares more intently at the sword, he goes to reach for it when a loud beeping sound comes from his watch. More puffs of smoke from the cig. Great. What now? Ash presses on his watch, then taps his ear, holding 2 fingers near his left ear. Mabel. OS. Ash, we got a situation. On my way. Ash walks away from the grave, cig still in his mouth, hops on a black bike, and takes off into the city. Cut to exterior Jericho City highways, night. Ash is seen speeding along the highways of Jericho, shots of the city showing how bad it has gotten with crime and grime in the shadows of bright lights, blinding all of those who see it. It's not all bad. You get used to the smell. Cut to exterior high-rise building, night. Ash rolls up to the scene, a swarm of police cars all facing a high-rise apartment building. The atmosphere is tense. The cops here are all trying to keep their cool, but once he steps out, all eyes are on him. Ash walks to Mabel, a blue-haired half-elf woman, a bit shorter than him. So, you got a plan, Mabel? Mabel is startled a bit, only now noticing Ash standing near her. Standing near her. There we go. Excuse me. I did try to reach out to said person for months, so I took it as they didn't want to do anything anymore. You can never know, right? You did what you could. Mabel. Hostage is Trisha Stark. She's up in the penthouse suite. Guards are positioned around the building. No demands have been made. We suspect the Deccan family are behind this. Ash cuts her off. Not important. How armed are they? Right, well, like I said, guards are everywhere. We suspect they have high Magitech weaponry. It would be best to use the vent system and ignore them. Ash throws his cig down and crushes it under his boot. No time for a smart approach. I'm gonna go in. Loud. Mabel is startled and looks at Ash in confusion. Are you insane? I will not approve of another reckless plan. The hostage must be back unharmed, and what if while we wait here, she's dead? It's rather quiet in there, so I am going. Alone. If anything goes wrong, well, you only have me to blame. Ash makes his way to the entrance of the building, pushing past the police. Screw this. You better have a damn good plan. Always the same with her, huh? Ash looks at the building and puts his left hand to his ear. You got the schematics? Good. Just guide me. I need the fastest route, no matter the danger level. All right. Approved. Ash's body starts to glow a faint sky blue aura. His gloves now turned on and sparking his fits. The black combat boots are also sparking that same hue of blue. There is a low humming sound, faint white noise. Let's take these for a test drive. Cut to interior, high-rise building, night. The ground floor of the building, there are orcs and dwarves patrolling, all dressed up in suits with high-tech weapons. Most have guns, but some orcs are seen with crowbars and swords. It's all quiet when Ash steps in on the upper floor from the vents. Unnoticed, he knocks out an orc, hitting them with a heavy blow to the face. The orc is dizzy and falls down, alerting the other guards who all take aim at him. Shit. Another orc is pointing a huge Magitech gun at him as Ash drops down to drop kick the orc, sending them flying and knocking out some dwarves in the process. He doesn't stick the landing, and the others start shooting at him. Ash starts to make his way back up. He notices his boots are a bit damaged. Could be worse. Just then, the guards try to surround him, while from above, guards have started shooting. Ash catches a stray as it hits his arm. The pain is minimal. Magitech energy bullets only sting but still hurt like hell. Right, focus. Make it to the elevator and I'll have a straight shot to the penthouse. Provided these mooks let me in. Ash fights using his fast reflexes to outmaneuver the guards. His gauntlet's able to stun each guard with a punch or two. He makes his way to the main elevator, but is stopped by a huge orc, double the size of him. Found it. During the fight, he manages to get hit a few times before landing a big blow. His right gauntlet has steam coming out and looks a bit broken. Ash sees that the big orc has a key card for the elevator. I hope Vivi won't be mad again. Ash makes his way to the elevator. Everyone in the entrance is knocked out on the floor. Interior high-rise elevator. Night. Ash is waiting, bored in the elevator. It starts to move up as music plays. Then, a sudden stop and a small smirk forms from his mouth. These guys just don't let up. Come on. The elevator starts to shake and to fall. He punches the top of the elevator to reveal a dwarf taking apart the hinges. Huh? There you are. He jumps up, throws the dwarf inside the elevator hard enough that the rest of the hinges come off. He grabs the ladder next to the elevator as it goes down fast. They'll be fine. Probably. Ash starts to climb, but then some of the doors open and his guards start shooting again. He uses his speed and acrobatic skills to reach the top of the shaft, dodging all the magic bullets. He quickly makes his way to the penthouse elevator doors and starts to pry them open. struggles a bit to force it open. More gunshots as he takes a bullet to the knee, right as he opens the door. Ash slumps in right as it closes. He takes a moment to look at his knee, just a burn. It hurts, like hell, but he pushes through, making it to the penthouse. Okay, they're probably ready for me. If I'm gonna do this, I need to be quick. His fists start to glow brighter as Ash mentally prepares himself for the coming battle. The right fist flickering more, looking unstable. He smashes the doors. Cut to interior high-rise penthouse. At the entrance just outside the doors, smoke from the elevator door starts to settle. There is no one there to greet him but bloody orc corpses. The penthouse door is smashed, and the whole place turned inside out. The hell happened here? Ash begins to investigate the area, looking for the hostage. Then hears a faint cry from inside a walk-in closet. Huh? Who's there? He dashes to the voice, finding the hostage, Miss Trisha Stark, an elven woman who looks to be unharmed. Ash starts to untie Trisha. Trisha, my name is Ash. I'm with the Paladins. They sent me to rescue you. Don't worry, I'll get you to safety. Trisha doesn't speak but nods her head. Ash goes to check the situation here and send Trisha to stand by as he calls Mabel. Mabel, I have the hostage. We need an evac pronto. Okay, stand by. An extraction team will be there in 5 minutes. Good. You shouldn't have to worry about much opposition. Just then, the noise of broken glass from the penthouse catches Ash off guard. Someone is here. He stops the call and slowly goes through the penthouse when a woman in a cloak, horns protruding out of her head with a box, is about to leave from the window. Want to tell me what you're doing here? Without saying anything, the cloaked person leaps out the window and starts running on the rooftops. Ash follows. They never make this easy. Jump cut to exterior high-rise rooftops, night. The shadowy figure is able to keep up her speed despite the terrain. Ash is following her, catching up with even faster movements, fighting through the pain in his knee. Mabel calls Ash. Hey, we got the hostage. Cut to exterior high-rise building, night. Mabel is with the hostage, handing her off to a car where some paramedics are taking care of her. She's safe, but where are you? Tell me what the hell happened. Long story. Tell you later. Chasing down a suspect right now. Jump cut to exterior high-rise penthouse rooftops, night. Ash is gaining up to the shadowy woman fast. What? Hey, we can come with support. I got this. Ash hangs up, corners the woman and corners them. Now in the moonlight, he gets a better look at the woman. Her bright yellow eyes are peeking through her hood and coverings. Now then, would you be so kind and tell me the hell you're doing? The girl scoffs. Get away from me, you damned human. Violet looks around trying to find an opening. Ash notices a dog tag with her name, Violet, around her neck. Violet, huh? Doesn't seem like a normal name. Shut it. Like you could ever understand. Okay, let's cut the crap and get to the part where you tell me what's going on. Oh, I'm gonna need that black box you took. Violet is taken aback. She looks at the black box faintly glowing, a soft purple hue in her worn-out bag. I don't have time to deal with you. Ash lets out a sigh. Kid, that makes two of us. Just give me the box and you can walk away. Violet becomes defensive, starts looking for a way out again. Ash is also looking intently at Violet, just waiting for her to make a move. The two are at a stalemate. Well, sorry, mister, but I don't like to associate with badges. Just then, Violet breaks the roof they are standing on, but manages to hang on a wall. Ash tries to go for her, but falls down with the roof, looking at her intently as she climbs the wall with ease and escapes. Interior, collapsed building. Ash has fallen through an old building near the high-rise. No one is living here, and the place is completely run down. He gets up, but is completely worn out. Whole body aches as he slowly pushes debris off. Ash stands up after creaking his back. He limps a little bit and calls Mabel. Hey, suspect got away, but I did get a name. I'll tell you more, but first, I gotta take a breather. Cut to interior, 21st Paladins Precinct, night. Ash walks into the place and rushes to Mabel's desk. Her desk is as messy with paperwork as ever. He spots her and signals to talk outside. Exterior, 21st Paladins Precinct, night. Ash is waiting outside in the parking lot. It's a foggy night. Mabel walks up to him and notices his bruises and injuries. Looks like he tried to do some basic first aid, but it's sloppy. She stares at his eyes. Well, glad to see you aren't dead. Ash smirks and turns to face Mabel. Glad to know you care about my well-being. Yeah. So, got a name? Yes. There was a Demonkin girl at the scene. Looks like she took some box from the penthouse. She was wearing a dog tag with the name Violet. Not sure if that's her name, but hey, I think there's something bigger than just a hostage situation. Shit. Demonkin? The brass would probably pin this on her then. Okay, I'll look into it, but Ash, get some rest. As much as I hate to admit it, you did good work. Just, next time, try to come back not bloody and bruised to hell. Ash lets out a small laugh. Hey, I gotta hold out to my reputation after all. Yes, now, let us handle this. I will contact you if need. Mabel heads back inside. Ash stops to look at her walking away, and then leaves on his bike. Exterior, Jericho City Highways, night. Hi, Nail. What's your favorite bone? Perhaps the humerus. Or maybe the fibia, actually. Or was it the tibia? Big long bone in the leg. By the shin. The pelvis is also a good bone. Well, they're all tied, but anyways. That's the femur. Oh, sorry. I was thinking the small bones then, huh? No, yeah, the femur is a good bone. Ash is speeding down the highways when he gets a call from a Vivi. Vivi, a short goblin girl who lost her home and is now living with Ash. She is very hyper, but also very smart with Magitech and helps make his gear. Vivi. Hey, Ash. Just got done with another job, yeah? Yep. Heading home now. Thanks for the help. Oh, it was simple. A hack here and there, and I was able to get a very straightforward path for you. Jump cut to interior Ash's apartment, night. We see a rather large apartment, minimally decorated. There's a small goblin at a computer surrounded by monitors. I also got to try out your new invention. It was a big help, but it's gonna need some tweaks. Well, that's what you can expect from Vivi's marvelous mechanical magitech of miraculous... Ash cuts her off. Yeah, I get it. Hey, can you prepare dinner for tonight? I'm dead tired. Vivi, with a pouty face, is a bit annoyed. Well, I would, but you said tonight you would make dinner. Yes, and I will, just next time. Fine, but you better next time. Vivi hangs up and starts to cook food. Because of her size, she has to use a stepladder and different cooking utensils to make the food. She ends up making some noodles for the two of them. Interior, Ash's apartment, later. A knock is heard at the door, and Ash walks in right when Vivi is done making the noodles. Home now. Something smells good. Vivi perks up and goes to sit down at the table. It does because Master Chief Vivi made it. Now dig in before it gets cold. The two of them sit down for a nice dinner. Then they both devour their meal in a few seconds. So, I hope the job went well. Yeah, but there was a complication. The Demonkin girl showed up and, well, probably stole something important from the scene. Oh no. I just hope this doesn't escalate anymore. If you ask me, Demon can get a bad rap. Not like all of them are bad people.
Yeah.
Ash begins to walk off and get his biker's helmet, still wearing the slightly damaged Magitech gear. Ash, where are you going?
Oh, noticed we were out of milk. And if I'm gonna make something, we might need to get other things.
Well, okay. Drive safe. Get snacks. Ash nods, puts on his helmet, and leaves the apartment. Vivi then goes to clean up the dishes. She opens the fridge and sees milk. Milk? But... oh. Cut to exterior, the grave of the hero. Night. Ash drives up to the statue again. This time, some slight rain is pouring down, and clouds are moving in. He sits down on a bench looking at the statue.
Damn. What a night.
He notices the sword in the stone again, looks around, doesn't see anyone, and reaches for the sword. He is able to grab it, but shortly after that, a small spark emits from the sword, almost as if outright regretting him. He stares at his hand.
That's new.
Ash slumps down on the bench again, only now a hooded human man with short hair approaches him.
Excuse me, sir. You wouldn't happen to know what this place is, right?
Ash looks at the young man in confusion.
Seriously, man? Oh, we are in the great city of Jericho. And that right there is the old statue of the hero. You hit your head or something? Or had one too many drinks?
Ash laughs at the man, but the man just awkwardly laughs back.
No, sir. I just have never been here before.
Ash stops laughing and stares at the man intently.
Huh. Must be one from one of the smaller cities then. Still odd to see anyone interested in this old thing.
Ash points to the hero statue.
Oh, well, I heard of the legend. This is the place where he was born, right? So the great legend says. Hey, want to try your hand at pulling out the sword?
Sword?
Yeah. Legend says, he who wields the sword shall be granted power of the hero. Or something like that. Though anyone that believes such a thing nowadays might as well be crazy.
The hooded man goes to the sword and places his hand on it. As that happens, the statue emits a bright light that disrupts all the Magitech lights, shutting off the power in a 15-mile radius. The light is so bright it blinds Ash for a bit.
Hey, you okay? That was some...
As the light settles, the hooded man is holding the sword as it glows a bright white in his hand. The power is slowly coming back, and the man is standing tall like a shining beacon of hope.
Oh, I never did give my name.
The man turns around to face Ash. As he turns, the wind pushes his hood off to show bright red hair.
The name's Kane.
Ash is stunned. It's as if the light from Kane's sword is paralyzing him.
In that moment I knew the world was about to change.
Fade 2. Interior, exterior, city of Jericho. Shots of the city in a montage to show the inhabitants of the city. Some in the slums. Some in their fancy homes. Some working on cars and other things. All ending back at the scene at the grave, where a new hero has finally come.
It's as if I could also feel it. As if the city itself could feel it. Change is coming. But while my mind was telling me this was a good thing, there's this feeling in my gut that not all is what it seems. Just who is this man? A hero? I hope so. Not just for the city, but the world.
Alright. Thank you, Gumshoe, for sharing this pilot of yours. Master Chef. I am Almighty, Zangief. Hey, Storm. Food, edible food. As opposed to what, inedible? Some pasta? I'm folding. Here's some garlic knots. Hit me with some penne alfredo. I'm fucking dead. Ayo, knots, it's ogre. Boom, penne alfredo. Here's some black forest cake. Ooh. Excuse me. Sorry, that's the dinner. I love your voice acting. Thank you. Can I have some coconut cream pie instead? Wow, those cakes are so good. They really are, though. Baller writing gumshoe. So most, if not all, these names I had for years. Yeah, I could tell that you definitely had this cooking in the back of your brain for a while, and then you finally got it out on the page. 3 years in the making. Yeah, I could feel it. It's well thought out. There's a lot of tropes here. I think that work well for you, right? And you know, once again, there's nothing wrong with tropes as long as it doesn't go into a cliche. I mean, the cliche is obviously like, here's a grizzled old detective that is doing a crime, like busting a crime, going in loud. I'll do it my way. You know, the whole buddy cop thing. Like that, you can't do that. I'll do what I want. And then it goes into like, all right, I beat everyone up, and now I'm beat up, and well, you know, everything works out. But wait, who's the strange development? There's a person running away. We got to catch the culprit. You clean up. Hey, man, why do I got to clean up? Anyways, hold this. Runs after the culprit escapes, and you know, setting up a new plot point for later. Things like that, femme fatale, that usual trope. I do like the setting, though. The setting is very fun. It's not the first time that, you know, fantasy and sci-fi has collided, but I like the rendition of this one. It seems a little more mobster, even, in some ways. I like that bit. It is, you know, it has that noir feeling to it, too, while also having everything else go on with the magic tech and the fantasy races and things like that, and the legends of back in the day. How many years passed again? Let me see here. The past. It doesn't say when. It just says the past. And then skip to 3020. Fin is end in French. Yes, actually. It does say fin, which is end, of this pilot. Reminds me of the Will Smith movie Bright. I've never heard of that. The chef was in the kitchen. He's doing crime. No. I love that this is an English script. It finishes with fin, and when I write my French script, it's writing end. Ah, I see. That is fun. Il fin, as the Spanish say. Hold this whole / I thought it was supposed to be end. I mean, yes, but fin and end are interchangeable. I will make it better. Might be I'm tired. I can tell. Perhaps it's time for you to, you know, get yourself a nice glass of whatever and get settled into bed. Gumshoe realized the hunter was the only one who ever watched Bright. Yeah, I will make it better. Oh my god. Hi, Sinful. Long time no see. How are you? I have to do laundry? Yeah. Good luck. I do have dates or lore stuff. Yeah, I figured you do. I can tell that you have like all the stuff you want. You got in your brain, but the execution is where you might be like how do I do this? And honestly, you're doing really well. I can like thanks to your background in screenwriting, I can already see it how it would be like animated or play out in my brain, right? This is like big. The only thing that you can make this better is if you you have to think about what medium you're writing for, because that's the thing about a screenplay, right? Certain screenplays are more generalized like this. Others are more specific based on the medium that you are planning to create it for. So if this was for TV or for animation, then you would be more specific with what kind of shot you have here, like a long shot, an extreme close-up, a medium shot, etc. Things like that. Angles and lighting are a little less relevant, but those are just things to keep in mind. I'm not going to go into every single depth and detail about grammar and spelling, because you could figure that out for yourself when you read this back. Like, for example, some are a little more obvious than others, or maybe less obvious, because this is the wrong through, but you know, that's just one example. I do want to make this some kind of webcomic. Ah, a comic. Well, funny enough, Tenebro is also a comic artist who also writes scripts for comics. So we can actually look at that one next if you would like to see an example of what that looks like. Same? Yeah. I think the closest sound in English for fiend would be FN, the name of the letter N. I see. But no N at the end? Eh. It's kind of a hard thing to say. Yeah is right. Yep. Hi, Sinful. Good to see you. Hey, I recognize that emote. I have to format this better for that? Yeah. I mean, I think the formatting is fine. Part of me does wonder about pacing, though. Like, because you gotta understand, too, like, even though the ideas don't have to be original, they could be, like, as long as you're writing from a place of your own creativity, it will always come across as fresh. What I would also say is, like, how do you make scenes feel more fresh rather than just rehashing old tropes, right? Because it's one thing to just like, yeah, no, that's fun, that's good, you know, but if you want to like step it up even a little more. Think about how you can really get into it. And sometimes that's about thinking about scenes based on how characters would act. It's things like that, right? Go in more in depth with the characters as you understand, and think about what mistakes mean. I guess every action has consequences, and I think feeling the weight of those consequences would actually create a very interesting story. Right now, though, even though it's a very interesting premise, I'm curious as where it's going to go after this. Right? We have a grizzled detective as their protagonist. Protagonist doesn't always mean main character. It just means, or protagonist doesn't mean hero, or nor does it mean good guy. It just means the character who drives the story forward. In this case, that's Ash, who does the voiceover for everything, noir style, I guess. This Kane fella is interesting because we have very little information on him. We don't know what his background is or what's going to happen next. Like, I guess the thing is, where's the conflict going to come from? That's the curious thing. But that doesn't have to be established in the pilot. The pilot's just to say, oh yeah, look at this cool concept we have, right? And so far, I love all the characters. I think that Ash is good, and you have your grizzled detective. We have Mabel is a fun partner. I think Vivi is a fun little foster character that also doubles as the tech savvy person. You see this all the time. Also, hello LC, welcome in. Hi again, Moo. You have a good stream, y'all. I'm going to get Korean barbecue. Yay! Have a good one. Eat lots of food. Let's see. There's no rule for formatting comic. Use the ideal one. There's people who draw directly the storyboard with writing. I see. My next script would just be storyboard with writing in it if I want to try this process. I see. Question, will Ash be getting a broomstick which will look, and I didn't say groovy? I don't know that. I can do that? Yeah. So, I think the main things are... Oh, wait, no, I wasn't done. The characters are great. I think voice acting could be stronger, but that might come with, like, I hear the voices for sure. It's more like word choice at certain points, right? For example, let's see here. I think it was with the scene with Mabel and stuff. Yeah, because at the beginning, Mabel talks in a certain way, which is very formal, I guess. Hostage is, she is up, like, there's no contractions here, right? Oh, that's not what I want. There's no contractions, and so you would think that, oh, I didn't want to highlight. You would think that, her personality is very stiff, but then later on it's proven that, like, even during the actual hostage situation, she's perfectly capable of talking more casually. So part of it is like an inconsistency in that sense. And I'm not really sure how much of this is just grammar and spelling stuff, and how much of it is like intentional, right? That's the whole thing that makes this difficult to judge. So I know that, like, I always say don't miss the forest for the trees, don't get trapped in the weeds of grammar and stuff like that. But in this case, when the grammar comes to a point where you're not sure how it's affecting the story, then it becomes a problem at that point. Let's see here. I do think it's very fun that the police are called the Paladins. That's a fun thing I liked as well. Race plays a part into this. Race politics is always very fun and like ripe for world building and stories like this. Let's see. The Paladins. Hey, Murdoch. Nobody will read the script, so make it clear for the artist who will draw it. Yeah, exactly. Brought not getting the Evil Dead Ash Williams reference? Sorry. My bad. As much as I would love to, I can see that. Part A and B, but Mabel, has gone through a lot of changes. I see. Well, it is a pilot for sure. That's why, like, everything's still a work in progress. But these are just some things I noted while I was reading it. But yeah, I think looking into more character motivations, understanding how characters act, and just thinking about how to, like, what makes stories like this interesting isn't necessarily the plot itself, but how the characters play into the plot in terms of the consequences of their actions and how they treat each other, right? Otherwise, though, it's fun to introduce things using a trope, but then after that go deeper, like once you've established the trope, because if you stay on the trope levels, it becomes a very surface level story. And that's not really what we want, right? We want a gripping tale that allows us to explore a very cool idea. The acting is super important. Since I draw them acting in my comic, it really changes the story. Yeah. At any rate, thank you so much, Gumshoe, for sharing. I really enjoyed that. Hopefully I get to see more of this. Oh, and I would love to help you out if you ever need it. But that's it for now. We have to go to a 3-minute ad break, everybody. So when we come back, actually, I'm going to go to Tenebro's story after this. So stick around because that's going to be exciting as well. But yeah, we'll be right back after these messages, everybody. I'll see you in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. Hope you had a good ad break. So, you're gonna read my second script I wrote in my life. I didn't draw it yet. That's okay. I actually did see the art update that you posted from the other script I read, the one that was about the man dating the cadaver, and I thought that was like really, really good. I've read 2 of your scripts so far, actually. One was the first one, right? Obsessed with a dead lover. The second one was the one about the woman trying to communicate with God and ends up going insane. That one was also very fun to read. So this is going to be your third script, actually, that you've shown me. So I'm looking forward to it. Gumshoe is actually on his way home right now, so I'm actually debating on whether or not to maybe wait a little bit, so because I feel like he would love to see it as well. I've returned from the recording dungeon. Well, how was it? How was your time in the dungeon? I'm having fun writing my story. Ah, heck yeah, we love it when you have fun writing. I think the creative process should always feel good. That being said, actually I go back and forth on this. When I was in the master's program for creative writing, my professor always used to say like, oh, you write too sentimental, you write too much like this and that, right? And I had to ruminate on that, what exactly it meant when he said, oh, this is like that or like this. And I realized what he meant is sometimes I would take the easy way out, right? It's so easy to just write a poem and say, oh, that's it. But I would say now, there have been poems where actually, I wrote it in one shot and it was just good from the get-go. But then there's the poems that end up the really, really good poems I've ever written were ones I had to sit there and struggle with to really figure out what exactly was it I wanted to say and how to say it, right? Those ones are usually the ones written because there's something important to get out. And in both cases, whether it was easy or it was hard, it was because it came from a place where you really had to face those feelings and get it out on the page, right? Being too flippant about something is how a piece of how a creative piece ends up flopping usually. If it's for fun, then that's one other thing entirely. Writing for fun, writing for yourself is good, right? Writing to improve, because you want to see improvement, you want to do things that are amazing, like all the other books you've ever read in your life that really inspired you. How do you do that, right? That one requires more effort, more studying, more practice, stuff like that. I'm real heavy into Bungie's marathon vibe right now. Bungie did make another good game. Everyone's on marathon right now. They like extraction shooters. I almost forgot to read this. Gumshoe said, this is as surface level as I would want the story to be. It's more me introducing all the tropes and then being like, okay, now I don't have to worry about doing that and I can just explore everything, right? Although I would argue that you can introduce tropes while still keeping things interesting, right? For now, though, I think it's fine, actually. Like, there are plenty of different things that use tropes that still feel fresh and fun. Like, to revisit classics, as one would put it. Similar to how, like, I don't know, Sonic the Hedgehog put out a podcast featuring its side characters, the Chaotix investigation team. Now, I remember listening to the first episode, and it's pretty cliche, but at the same time, it's still fun to listen to because of the earnest way that it wants to tell the story. That's why, even though, like, I recognize all the tropes in Gumshoe's story, I don't mind them at all, because it's fun. It's done in a way that's personal to him, and that's what makes it good, right? Chaotic side stories were hardcore W? I think so, yeah. Anyways, so yeah, I think actually before I get into Tenebro's story, I'll give Gumshoe some time to come back. In the meantime, we have this next one here. This one is from Seema, actually, and the issue with this one is that I can't actually read it unless I turn off dark mode on Google. It's a poem titled MN01P. I wonder what this could mean. In the glow of the dawn, where the nebulas flare, there is music that hums on the shivering air. With a pulse in the light and a shimmering wake, there are paths in the heavens for dreaming to take. For the currents are swift and the silver is deep, while the ghost of the eons are folded in sleep. Every star is a beacon, a diamond in flight, that is chasing the shadows to swallow the night. But the sea has a story that longs to be told, of a spirit of fire and a heart that is bold. In the shimmering dust of a galaxy's prime goes a soul who will challenge the borders of time. Beautiful stuff. I noticed that you have a very specific rhythm that you like to hit with these poems that you write. Honestly, though, if you've never written a structured poem, they're kind of difficult, actually, to not only rhyme, but also make sense and also fit every syllable in. In the glow of the dawn where the nebulas flare, there is music that hums on the shivering air. With a pulse in the light and a shimmering wake, there are paths in the heavens for dreaming to take. See, perfectly lined up. The rhythm there. I love this. It's good. Right? And to break it down, right, at night, there's music. And dreaming. The currents are swift, the silver is deep, while the ghosts of the eons are folded in sleep. Every star is a beacon and diamond in flight that is chasing the shadows to swallow the night. The sea has a story that longs to be told, of a spirit of fire and a heart that is bold. In the shimmering dust of a galaxy's prime goes a soul who will challenge the borders of time. I mean, a cursory reading of this would probably tell me that it's about dreaming, right, at night. And how dreaming can take you past the galaxy's edge, right? There are no limits to your imagination. As long as you have the spirit brave enough to go forward, right? But it is beautiful imagery. I was just talking about this, but why is it always the people who give me a lot of shit that end up being some of the most talented people in the room? My girl boss in crime, my homeboy in crime. Epic Gender coming in with a very strong exclamation mark piss. Welcome back. Well, the worst part is that I formatted it for dark mode. Isn't that funny? We have to let our creativity out somehow. I understand. What does that have to do with giving me shit? Either way, it's beautiful. It's brilliantly done. Imagery is incredible with the sensory details. Everything lines up as a structured poem, and the meaning of it is pretty clear while also still being slightly aloof, right? I like making pictures with words, and to be honest, I wasn't sure how well I did on this one since it was my first attempt at an anapestic format. Yeah. Haven't heard that one in a while. Let me double check what the definition of anapestic is so I can read this out to you guys. Anapestic. An anapestic poem refers to a metrical foot in poetry that consists of 2 unstressed syllables followed by 1 stressed syllable, creating a rhythmic pattern often used in lighthearted or comic verse, such as limericks. This structure allows for a flowing and upbeat rhythm in poetry. Thank you, Basic Search Assist. It's the auto-generated based on listed sources. Does this count as AI answer? I don't know. I'm using DuckDuckGo. Antipasta impasta. Antipasta form. No, it's anapesta. I write in iambic? Yeah. Da dun da dun da dun da dun. This is dun 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 like da dun in the da 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 da. Right? Whereas iambic is da dun 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 dun. It's fun. Dun 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 dun. No, that's different. That's creepy nuts. Antipesto? No, not antipesto. Anapestic. At any rate, though, beautiful poem, brilliantly done. I don't really have many notes for this. You've done amazing. You could show this to people and be like, you're such a poet. You have such a way with words. And honestly, you already got the main idea of it. A lot of people forget this, but poetry is really good for making pictures with words. I really love that. Yeah. You're making the dandana opening with that sound? I really am making the dandana opening with that sound. Da-da. Okay, fine. I'll use do. Do-do, 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 do-do. Do-do, 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 do-do. Right? Whereas iambic is do-do, 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 do-do. Wait, that's just... No, that's iambic. Anapestic will be do-do-do, 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 do-do-do. Now it sounds like I'm doing the Pokemon like opening from Game Boy Color. Da 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 da. Da da dum da da dum da da dum da da dum. That's a good one though. Whereas, iambic would be da dum da dum da dum da dum. At any rate, great work. I appreciate this one. Beautiful stuff. Okie dokie then. Next up, we've got 2 poems from Grixt. Let me just make this night mode again so you guys don't blow out your eyes. I say that, but it's not even Docs. It's not Google Docs. It's another image. Anyways, if there's time, would I be able to send a second song? Sure, I don't mind. This one is titled Dear Colon. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today in my mind's eye, my nervously shaking, anxiety-riddled, sad mind's eye, to watch the replay of my mistakes, of my strengths, of my weaknesses, hoping, waiting, wondering that in my mind's eye I have atoned for the mistakes I know that I have been forgiven of. And then we have a second one. If there was a moment, I would like that moment back. I'd like to store it in my memories. Memories that are mine alone, only with you at home. Memories that never fade or go away. You. Big G, Burl Goss. In crime time, yeesh. Alright. I appreciate the sentiment in both of these. I can definitely feel the emotion behind them when, reading them. In terms of critique, I would say that even though I understand what the feeling is, it's the classic, you told me but didn't show me. Right? Whenever you do things with words like sad, anxiety, mistakes, strengths, and weaknesses, these are very abstract things. Hoping, waiting, and wondering. What does that look like? What does it specifically evoke as an image for you, right? And this looks different for everyone. Whenever you use the words just in a general sense, it doesn't hit you the same because there's no concrete image associated with that, especially in conjunction with the writing itself. So when I was in elementary school, my teacher gave us this ban on certain words. Basically, she made us make these gravestones with certain words on them as a way of saying, these words are dead to us, we will never use them again while we are in this class. Words like good, bad, boring, ugly, things like that, right? There are more creative ways to say them. Go look up a thesaurus, is what she said. Sad is one of those words, right? There's nothing wrong with using the word sad, but it has to be used in conjunction, usually with another very strong image. When used just as a sad mind's eye, I don't know what that looks like, actually. I only know what it feels like, but that isn't always enough, especially when you really want to drive home the point. But I do like the cleverness of dearly beloved, as if it's a funeral. We are gathered here today in my mind's eye. Basically, it's all in your head. Nervously shaking, anxiety-riddled, sad mind's eye to watch the replay of my mistakes, strengths, and weaknesses, hoping, waiting, and wondering that in my mind's eye I have atoned for the mistakes I know I've been forgiven of. I know this feeling. It's a very relatable feeling, where even though you have been forgiven, no one really minds, you still replay the same mistakes over and over in your head, and it haunts you, right? But just saying it is different from really experiencing it. And that's why I think that what I would want to see is just that next step of what does that look like? Buckle Chuck, it's go time. Good in my class, here's $13, go buy it, thesaurus chump. Yeah, basically. Thanks, I'll get one shortly. Like I said, I don't think there's anything wrong with the writing. It just leaves me wanting more. At least for this one. And for this one, it has also that same kind of thing, where a lot of these are generalized concepts rather than concrete imagery. A moment. What does a moment look like? Stored in my memories, memories that are mine alone, only with you at home. Home, even then, you could zoom in even more. Memories that never fade or go away, you. I understand the sentiment. But I want to see what that looks like. You can always go into it and just break down every word that's too abstract. What is the moment? Why would you want it back? You can keep the line, I'd like to store my memories. I wonder if there's a way you could combine the two. Another thing to consider in the revision process is concision, right? How can you keep things concise but still sharp? Do you need memories that are mine alone? It's a repetition, right? I'd like to store it in my memories that are mine alone. Do we have to say memories that are mine alone? I'm not sure. It depends on the content of the poem. These are just possibilities, not necessarily suggestions. I'm thinking out loud, Only with you at home. What does that look like? Memories that never fade. What are those? What do those look like? Or go away, you? Like, I feel like there's something in between the lines here that isn't being said, and that leaves me wondering. Sometimes omitting things is fun, but it has to be very purposeful, too. It's a bit of a thinkite, if you will. What do you think you are, Cotopassy? What's the prompt for this time? I missed it. There's no prompt. It's just everyone sharing whatever they want. When I write abstract, I try to find the concrete aspect of it. I'm not a great writer, but I think it can be useful. Example, I'm sad. I would say what makes this idea real. Maybe the tears dropping, the warm cheeks, not being able to talk. Exactly. You got it, Tenet, bro. In place of feelings that you can't always explain, you can use images. You can use imagery. You can use the five senses: touch, sight, smell, hearing, and taste, right? All of these things work together. And that's why I think one of the things that often gets forgotten about when it comes to poetry is the art of paying attention. How closely are you really paying attention to the world around you, to what's right in front of you, the moment, right? If I were to ask you to remember this moment in time right now, you take a mental snapshot. What are you doing? What are your hands doing right now? What position are your legs in? Were you sitting? Were you standing? Right? What are you doing right now? What is around you? Can you hear something in the air? Is it a bird? Is it the sound of like some mechanical equipment? Is it the sound of wind? Right? Is it cold? Is it hot? What exactly will you remember in this moment if you ever tried to recall it? There's a theory, actually, that due to the amount of distractions in a modern day, we have issues remembering things, right? The part, especially if you're stressed, whenever you're stressed, the part of your brain that's meant to, to capture and record memories in your brain, if you're stressed, that part of your brain doesn't work very well, and so you end up forgetting a lot of different details, things like that. So it's important to find ways to relax your mind, and then after that, just pay attention to certain things, little details. From there, I would say it's a process of connecting ideas to each other, right? Now that you paid attention, you can start asking questions. What does this remind you of? You know, what is it like? This is what it means to be a poet, I would say. To make these little connections and pay attention to these small details, right? If I were to give you the image of a jellyfish in the dark, glowing, what would that remind you of? What feeling would that evoke, right? If I were to give you an image of like a bird resting in the gutter of a house, right? Moss covering the roof tiles. What feelings does that evoke, right? All these different conditions are things that are good to pay attention to whenever you're looking at the world around you. And if you can't even go out and have adventures and things like that, that's okay. Even the immediate surroundings that you live in are ripe with details that you can take in. The cobwebs in the corner of a room, right? The dust on the floor, right? Ladybug on the grass. The angle of sunshine in your window that just hits a little too closely to where you sleep and interrupts your rest, making you wake up a little too early. Things like that. Hyper specific, but not so much that it's unrelatable. It's one of those things where I could see that. And if I were in the position, how would I feel about that? Things like that. Anyway, sorry to get on a tangent. The point is, I like these poems. I just want more out of them, if that makes sense. I didn't know we were sharing whatever. Could I share something in Discord? Yeah, you can share. I don't mind. Please no cats are chewing with the trash bag. My trash cans again. Hold on. It sounds like things good writers do. What if you're a slot merchant like Worker? You need to stop disrespecting yourself. There's the thing as being humble, and then there's the thing as what's called self-deprecating. And you know how I feel about self-deprecating humor. I'm farting, good for you. Nothing other than the one major thing that happened, because today is like another work day. Understandable. Trying to vent with these poems, I guess. A close friend of mine passed away shortly before I wrote them. Oh my god. I'm sorry to hear that. Before you wrote them? Man. Processing tough feelings is also one of the great aspects of writing that are useful, I'd say. Deprecating like an MF? I'm going to tap the sign. What does number 1 of my chat say, worker? Go look at it if you want. Scroll down the about page or click open the chat widget for rules. Either way, I appreciated these though. They were good. Your widget? It's like I can feel workers' ability to be funny getting smaller and smaller. Like the gland that makes him funny is just shrinking by the day. Okay. Enough time has passed. I'm going to move on to Tenebro's work now. I was never funny to begin with, and yet you still keep trying. Why is that? Okay, so this is a type of script meant for making comics. That cracked me up. If you were a dragon, what kind of dragon would you be, and what would your powers be? How many different kinds of dragons are there, by the way? I guess there's drakes and wyverns. There's classic dragons. There's Chinese dragons. It's kind of the extent of my dragon knowledge right now, off the top of my head. His humerus is melting. There's a yes amount of dragons. Thanks. And green dragon. Would you be a bookworm and blast words at you? Wait, Braum would be a bookworm and blast words at you. No. Drakes and wyverns are separate based on leg count and wings. Exactly. Wyverns have 2 wings and 2 legs. Drakes have 4 feet and no wings. And then dragons have 4 limbs and 2 wings. To my understanding. Yes, sir. I know my fantasy animals. But yeah, and dragons do a lot of different things, honestly. The green wind dragon would be kind of fun. The ability to fly. Thus, a Chinese dragon is technically a magical drake. Exactly. At least by Western standards, but you know. So, Tenebro, this is your script called Forget. Page 1, panel 1. The color scheme is black and white. Close-up of an apartment building. Ruben's father.
Ruben, you little shit.
In the kitchen, a kid is lying on the floor, covering his face. His father grips a belt.
Like your mother. You're fucking stupid.
Ruben. Please. Ruben's father brandishes the belt. Trigger warning on, domestic abuse. If you are very averse to a domestic abuse, please leave the room for the next 10 minutes. That's okay, though. Peace? No, nothing like that. It doesn't seem to be a lot. Actually, their very next scene seems to cut to it, but at least the subject matter is done in a mature way. It's not explicit? Yeah, I can see that, actually. Still, I have to say the warning anyway, because some people, even with the barest hints of it, still get triggered, and so I have to still do my due diligence out of consideration. It's personal experience. I'm sorry to hear that. I, too, was hit on the butt when I was a young child. To be fair, I definitely deserved it. Well, on the one hand, I'm much better behaved nowadays. On the other hand, well, to be honest with you, it was less about the beating and more about the emotional, like, trauma that welled up over time due to both verbal and, like, physical things. But that's neither here nor there. Like that's reserved for like therapy or whatever. I give that one a C plus epic. Where? If I was a dragon, I'd be dragging these nuts. That's crazy. I own 0 wooden spoons for reasons. You know, for me, it wasn't a wooden spoon. It was one of those paint sticks. You know, long and flat. Some Asian parents used a feather duster, the handle of a feather duster. I heard that hurts a lot more. Y'all don't have a leather belt? Oh, no, they do. It's just Asians prefer to use different things. I am Sea Dragon. Boo. Okay. You got a dragon to come out of the woodwork just so that they could boo your joke, Epic Gender. Silicon Spatula's homegirl? I mean, wooden spoons do good for other things, though, for sure. Yay! I need more water for this. But welcome in, I am Sea Dragon. What are the odds that dragon comes in as we're talking about dragons? But anyways, page 2, panel 1. Cut to another scene in color. Close-up of Ted patting Ruben's back, echoing the previous scene. Caption, 20 years later. VFX, tap. Ted. Hey, Ben. You know it's illegal to die in Parliament among limeys. Long shot, the two friends sitting at the bar. Ted. Who do you think gets the fine? Ha! Living is already a prison. Ruben stares at his missing finger. Ted smiles, looking down at his bottle of Hennessy. Ted raises his glass. Congrats on the Rugrat. We'll take him to a strip club once he's all grown up. Ah, what about that? Ruben stares at Ted. Ted. Page 3, panel 1. Ruben takes a drink. What was your pop like? Well, he listened to the Dallas Cowboys. Actually, it was Mom who cooked us pancakes. The dude, I think the Hennessy soothed him, like, you know. Why? Flashback, Ruben's father holds Ruben's hand and a knife. I will listen. Cut to the present, close-up of the bartender cutting a lemon. Oh, I see. This is the flashback. Ruben as a child saying, I listen. Oop. I should close up a little more. There we go. Long shot. The bartender... Oh, hold on. Cut to the present. Close-up of the bartender cutting a lemon. VFX slash. Long shot. The bartender serves a cocktail. Ruben. Don't you get cold sweats before breakfast? You know, we're getting all wrinkled, like them. Page 4, panel 1. Ted looks at Ruben out of the corner of his eye with a slight smile, pushing their drinks together. Ted signals to the barmaid. Believe that's supposed to be barmaid. Ted. Sugar, bring us some Jack Daniels for us. Where's my please? Where are the 2 drinks? I can bring you 2 slaps if you prefer. Just playing. Okay then. Please, miss. The friends down the glass at one gulp. Bottoms up. Cut to the past. Ruben's father is drinking it in one gulp. He's sitting in the kitchen while Ruben is curled up on his knees in the living room. His father is crying while looking at a photo of his wife. Ruben pushes open the bathroom door. Ruben's father. Ugh. Page 5, panel 1. Ruben opens the bathroom door and sees legs hanging. Caption. Ruben. Think. Ruben looks at his drink. Do you think it's because of me that he... Ted looks at Ruben. We have a distant view of the scene. And Lorraine and my son,
What if I am... What should I do? I am...
Ted places his hand on Ruben's shoulder.
Listen to me. For you, the ideal dad, is he shaved? Fanny pack? Go ahead. Tell me a little.
We see the bartender helping the barmaid, like a father-daughter relationship, with Ruben and Ted speaking in voiceover.
I don't know. You know. Oh, yeah. You know more than anyone.
We see the two friends next to each other. Nobody talks. Same drawing as the 7th panel. In panel 8.
Well, I think...
Page 6, panel 1. We jump to the future, with Ruben's narration responding to Ted. Ruben shows how to repair a bicycle with his son.
The one who would guide me.
2. Ruben is aboard his canoe with his son. His son is pulling the line while Ruben helps him.
The one who would support me.
Ruben reads the story to his son with his wife.
The one who would be there at night.
Ruben helps his son with his homework.
The one who...
5. Ruben's son wrecked his car, but his father hugs him.
The one who would be patient. Yes.
Ruben's son graduates.
The one who would be proud.
And panel 1, cut to the future. Page 7. Ruben's son, now older, stands with his wife and children in front of a tombstone.
The one...
It's written Ruben on it.
I will never forget.
End. Beautiful. Incredible. I love the parallelism of this. Going between past and present, understanding the narrative lines between the characters. Alright, really digging into Ruben's past and his trauma and how he tries to avoid that trauma moving forward with his own family. Right? Trying to understand. And, kudos, as they say, to Ted for being a good friend. Despite the fact that he has a penchant for mischief, he's still there for Ruben, right? You can tell how close they are based on the way they treat each other and how they address each other, right? It's great. I really especially like this scene right here where Ted takes a drink bottoms up, and then in that same line, you have a parallel to in the next panel of Ruben's father doing the same thing in one gulp, and right, you see that. And I've done this trick actually in my own poems, where you do this thing in the present only to then flashback through language, right? Taking us through this temporal journey. It's great, actually. Also, hi, Jazz. Welcome in. Let's see here. Lots of dragons on the interwebs. Don't I know it? Lots of dragons. What is this format? It's a certified nutman. I will continue to rate all the... Okay, anyways. This format is a script for comic book drafting. Excuse me. Comic? Yeah. I've never seen it before. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because each number refers to a specific panel, and here the dialogue is color-coded in order to let you know how the panels differentiate each other, right? Or who's talking. I mean, you can tell who's talking, but having the color code helps as well, because you would see where the dialogue bubbles would exist as well. Pages are separated like that. Another thing I like is VFX, so you can see, where exactly you would put them. And the other thing is I love where it says long shot or a close-up, things like that. Where is it? This was an interesting line. Illegal to die in Parliament among limeys. For a second, I wasn't exactly sure where I was, because the Parliament is something very I want to say British, but it's Britain is not the only place with parliament, I think. The other thing was for sure, where is it? Yeah, the Dallas Cowboys was such a out of left field thing where I really had to question where am I exactly in the world right now. But it matters less than what's happening in the story. The funny thing is though, using hyper specific details like that really do help flesh a story out because um, it makes things feel more realistic. Thanks, you're welcome. What's the point of being a menace if I can't be silly with friends? What type of slash is it? Oh, the slash here refers to a cut. Because he's cutting the lemon. It's like, the description, or yeah, I imagine the art for that panel would be a knife cutting through a lemon. If anything, though, maybe chop would be a better sound effect than slash there. Slash is more like, in English, we think of like a big sword cutting through something, like swish in the air. Whereas a chop is something that is a sharp object coming and hitting, coming down on usually a solid surface, like a cutting board. You hear chop, and you hear that sound in your brain of the motion, which is a downward motion. Debating adding the part 2 of my poem to the list or entering food coma. Food coma. Thanks a lot. It's the order of the bubbles to read in the panel. Yeah, it's illegal to die in British Parliament. Really? Fun fact, Ted wanted to chit chat. I see. I like putting names. It helps for world building. Yeah, I do too. I agree with that. Chop, yep, it's better. Thanks, I'll change it. You're welcome. I think there's actually something very, very cool about having the ability to be bilingual in these cases, because then you can make one for English and you can make one for your native language audience. That way you get twice as much traction. You know what I mean? And not to mention, it's better because that means you are translating it directly. Whenever you have to hand over your work to a translator, what ends up happening is that it's technically no longer your work. It's your work filtered through someone else's words. That's why whenever poems that exist from a translation are always technically the byproduct of two people. The person who wrote the work originally and the person who interpreted that in order to translate it. This is why the Japanese haiku made by Basho, which is the famous haiku poet from Japan, has hundreds of different translations, each considered their own version of it. Which, when actually broken down, it's the frog leaps into the pool, right? That's how it works. And into the moon as well. And it has so many different translations. Each one different, right? It's hard to translate the wordplay. Yeah, I understand the wordplay, though. That was the fun part. I think if you want to translate... I mean, did you know it's... I almost want to say, did you know it's illegal? Instead of saying, this is actually slang. You're right, though. You know it's illegal to die in Parliament among limeys. Limeys is such a particular word that places you where they are. Like, if you look at the word limeys as slang, right, who uses this word? A slang term used to refer to British people, originally derived from the British Navy's practice of providing lime juice to sailors to prevent scurvy. The term has evolved over time and is often used in a derogatory context. So, at first you're like, do these people live in Britain? Is that why they're using that? The second is that, well, Rugrat is a very American word, if I had to put it. Dallas Cowboys is also extremely American. Hennessy, technically anyone in the world can drink Hennessy, but that also, like, comes from a connotation of Western culture, I would say. Even this interaction, right? Jack Daniels, the bartender giving sass, right? Or is this the barmaid? Yeah, actually, that's not, I think that's supposed to be barmaid, not bartender. The bartender is the person making the drinks and cutting the lemon. Yeah, I made a mistake on barmaid. That's okay. I see it says barmaid, but that's fine. That's a small typo. I should change they are from America? Yeah. I mean, part of it is a language barrier and understanding, what's it called? Or no, I should say how to write from the perspective of American despite not being American, right? And does require a little bit of help. Thankfully, I'm well equipped to tell you how Americans talk. Ruben, you will shit. It's correct. Like your I also really like how the dialogue is played out here. It's very realistic in the sense of how it's displayed. Like when people talk, they don't actually talk in complete sentences, right? But you can infer, like your mother, right? Like this, please. Hey Ben, did you know it's illegal to die in Parliament in Britain? Right? Among limeys is not something Americans would say. This is something I feel like British people would use on themselves. This is an interesting way of putting it. Who do you think gets the fine? I understand the joke you're getting at, though. I think what is the good way to say that? The joke here is life is already a prison, right? It's illegal to die, and I think the joke here, right, is that life is a prison. Dying would be freeing yourself from it. Trying to think here. Who do you think gets the fine? His friend's not feeling well. He's trying to joke around to change his mind. Yeah, I see. I got that for sure, right? Because obviously, we already like from the get go. It's a very strong scene. Ruben is about to get hit, but we cut to a different scene in order to, not be explicit because there's no reason to show that. Which is also another beautiful thing about mastery and writing, knowing what not to show because it's not as important. The implication is much louder than if you were to show it, right? You don't need to show it. People already know what that's supposed to be. It's kind of like how in action comics, you don't need to see the impact, or you don't need to see the movement. You just need to see the impact. And then the movement to get to that impact is implied. If that makes sense. Let's see here. True, exactly. Who would even get the fine? Who would even pay for the fine? Yeah, it's illegal. Like, who would even pay for the fine? Then again, I guess life's a prison anyway, or something like that. I don't know. Although, to be honest with you, there's something charming about the way that this is written. Like, it's definitely not English is my native language, but in a way, because it's not native language, it's more charming and earnest in a way to read it like that. But that's just my opinion. Can you comment your feedback? I think you have the right. I think I do. Let's see here. We do it like this. And I say... I'm trying to think in British Parliament. Yeah. How would they even fine you? Something like that. I don't know. Suggestions, though. Have some other people look over it as well. Do Americans have pejorative slang for British? Brits, actually, is what they would call them, the Brits. Yeah, I can do this then. It's legal for those Brits to die in British Parliament. Yeah, like that. Red coats? Oh, I like red coats. Damn, that would be really pejorative, though. But if you say that, who the hell is saying red coats in the 21st century? I like tea sippers? Okay. We could do that. Coat of reds. Okay, We'll keep it as tea sippers then. Someone really hates the British. And then you could do something like... Nah, you don't need the man. Does it have to even fine? You're... Something like that. Ted isn't well in his head, but he is a good friend. Yeah, I think we all know someone like that, right? The French and tanks coming together to think of insults for the British, a common enemy that unites them both in arms. The Yankees, you mean? It is very funny, actually, the pure coincidence of Americans and French people coming together yet again to dunk on the British. At any rate, let's see here. I can just imagine the expression here, just like the incredulous disappointment. Like, Ted, come on, man. Let's see. Listen to the Dallas Cowboys is interesting though, because that's a football team. So it's technically something you would watch on the TV rather than listen, unless it was the radio. I think maybe it's he kept up with the let's see. Would you rather say he kept up with the Dallas Cowboys, or he was a fan of the Dallas Cowboys? It's a lot of acting. I want to play with the expression of the characters in the drawing. A lot of silence moments. Yeah, silent moments. Sometimes silence speaks louder than any words you could fill in. He liked the You just say he liked the Dallas Cowboys. He liked the Cowboys? Yeah, actually, you can just say he liked. Well, he liked the Dallas Cowboys. Actually, it was mom who cooked his pancakes. The dude. Dude is a bit weird. To refer to your father? Well, Pop. That guy. That dude. That man. I really want to say he watches TV while his mom did the work. Ah, I see. Okay. So it would be... let's see. He never missed a Dallas Cowboys game. Or, no. What's the better way? It's just, you want that to be succinct in a way. Definitely called my dad dude before. I don't think that one's too far off. In reference to not like to him, right. He watches the Dallas Cowboys. He always watched... let's see. Actually, I would just say... He always watched the Dallas Cowboys. Actually, I need to add a space there. Actually, it was mom who cooked us pancakes. The dude, I think the Hennessy soothed him. Like, you know why. Instead, let's see, as a child, in French, you probably say something very direct that when it's translated means I will listen. In English, actually, the thing that children say when they don't want to be hit is, please, I'll be good. Right? Was it my fault? That's another good one, right? Let's see. I'll make a comment. We'll say alternatives. I'll be good. It wasn't my fault. Please don't hurt me. All of these are things that children would say. And I'll make a note here for chop instead of slash. Please don't feels more direct, but also suggests past trauma. Right. Again, actually, I guess another thing would be, let's see, please not again. Which it's a very short way of implying it's not the first time. Would you cold sweats for breakfast? I love that the way this line is written because it's such a simple way to imply. Well, actually, this part, we're getting all wrinkled like them. We're getting old too, right? But because he's drunk, I'm gonna give the pass here. Right? I think they're talking about getting old. Forgive me, please. I didn't mean to, please. Yeah, all those are correct as well. Just straight up saying mama, papa, family member name. That also true. Just saying papa or mama. His father's crying. Crazy, though, this part here. I won't go into the details. If you understand what is implied, then, The rest, though, well, nobody talks. Oh! Hey, Gurdro. Papa, I like when people are contradictive. That's true. Things like, as an adult, Ruben would never call it his father Thanks, worker. He would never call his father his father. But in the past, he would probably use things like Papa, please, or Dad, please. Either way, right? There's also this whole thing people go back and forth on. Like, do Americans say yes more, or do they say yeah more? Honestly, yeah. The word yeah, Y-E-A-H, is very American if you want to use that instead of yes. But then again, it's also tone, right? Some Americans are much more polite and they just like using the word yes. Like, yes, I can see that. But it depends. Yes is too formal. Like I said, it depends on the context, right? Some people are more polite when they get drunk. Some people are more loose in their language. I made a mistake on that one. I wouldn't say it's a mistake because there's nothing wrong with it. It's just simply choosing with intent what you want. Right? And if it's not quite matching the vision, then those are things to consider. I love this detail as well. More parallelism. Just seeing things happen in tandem. This father-daughter relationship, like, as he's thinking, what do I see in an ideal father? Overall, though, beautiful stuff. Ruben doesn't come from a background that he would be formal. He would look like a bum a bit. I see. Post my latest writing? Nice. People use yeah 1,000% more often than just yes. Okay. Abusive father but cries over his dead wife. He's abusive because he had a lot of times patterns of abuse happen because of things that happen in a character's life, right? If you were abused, then of course you're going to become an abuser. That's how the pattern usually ends because people mimic behavior that is familiar to them. At least that's how the cycle would go. This isn't always true though, but it's as far as studies and patterns go, that tends to be what happens. In this case, it's the abusiveness stems from self-loathing, sadness, loneliness, and the inability to cope. And so eventually Ruben's father can't take it anymore, and Ruben experiences something very, very traumatic. Right? My last comment is just, again, I love these omissions of words because it makes it that much more realistic. He doesn't have to be clear. You understand what he's trying to say. I really want Ruben to break the cycle. It's the theme of the story. I believe so too, right? It gives you a feeling of overcoming adversity, of change, of wanting to break the cycle. I see that, and I think it's beautiful. Anyways, that's it for this one for now. When we come back, we have more things to read from users submitted, people in the community. So, when we come back from this next ad break in 3 minutes, some more reading and writing for your relaxation. I will see you guys in a bit. Welcome back. Hope you had a good ad break. Welcome. We were waiting for you. Yeah, I just messaged you to tell you, like, hey, we're on stream. And so, yeah, I actually was waiting for you to show up, Headless. You're an ad break. You've used this one. It's your old tried and true. You know? Might want to get it checked out with how many times you used it. Anyways, in this case, we can take a look at this piece now. This is a piece of pixel art brought to us by They're Headless. They made this piece themselves. They're very good with pixel art, I would say. Look at that. It's a great walking sequence. Love this little imagery of walking across a wooden bridge on top of a creek that's barely got any water in it, while the nighttime passes by. This scene in the back is beautiful, by the way. I love the stars going by. Base headless mention. Let's go. Ooh, nice. I know, right? It's headless. It's true. They have no head. Let's see. Did you ask for a critique on this? I don't remember. Let me double check. Yes, actually, they did. No head? No head. No head. Thank you for the waiting. That's part of a post I plan to make at the start of April. There's a second part I can't post yet, of course. That walking sequence impresses me the most, in all honesty, because walking is a bitch. I mean, it is their character that they have represented. They have this is themselves. Not sure what this little keychain in the back is, but it's cool. I assume that's those are wings, like usual. Anything else I can see? I think your pixel art's definitely gotten better over time. The implication of being headless without showing too much of the actual stub is really nice, actually. There's time and place for everything. I really like that small detail of the foreground passing by a little quicker than the background of the bridge as well. And the small attention detail of seeing the shading, or shadows I should say, of each slat. Great work on the trees. I wonder if there was some copying and pasting going here, because some trees look exactly the same. But even then, that's fine. Thank you for all the nice compliments, you all. It's very sweet. Yeah. That galaxy took forever. 64 frames of animation. That would explain why it looks so smooth. My goodness. Ideas for my brain stealer. Oh my god. HL, love them. The legs are moving smoothly. I agree. They are moving slowly. Or smoothly, not slowly. Headlegs. The background is really clever. I agree. It's a great way to showcase like nebulas and galaxies happening. Multiple layers of images. Yeah, exactly. It's beautifully done. I think in terms of, well, I don't, you said there's a part 2 you have planned for this. I'm almost tempted to say like small touches of graffiti would also add a bit to the imagery of it, but then that might take away from it as well. Either way, is there anything else I could say? That's like just an idea. Post just the galaxy if you want. That's also cool. Both are fine. It looks great either way. There's really not a lot to comment on. Well, I mean, because for what it is, it already looks amazing. If you wanted to, I mean, as far as critiques go, that's just looking at suggestions. For like the base product, it already looks great. It's a very fun idea, yeah. Other fun ideas? I mean, there's only so much you can do before it starts becoming a pain in the butt to animate, right? Asking for more like, oh, what if this happened? What if that happened? Like a small animal shows up at your foot. Well, that part isn't hard to animate because that would be just another layer. But if you were to try and change the walk animation at all to add like some impromptu thing happening, right? That would be a bigger pain in reanimating the cycle. So I'm not going to suggest those kinds of things. That's much more difficult. As it is, though, yeah, I think it's already functioning greatly. But yeah, thank you so much for providing this piece. I think it's beautiful. I think it's amazing. And I hope you use this as a Be Right Back or starting soon or ending screen for your own streams. If you don't know, by the way, Headless does stream. You can find them here. They're great. I recommend checking them out. Apparently it was National Compliment Headless Day. Now, back to what we were doing. Or continuing what we're doing, I should say. It really was my favorite holiday. Wowee. So, this next one is brought to us by One Worker TV. Not even VT, just TV. Oh, now in middle mouse click works, huh? This is a poem. It has no title.
beyond the garden's walls, where my chest weighs with ephemerality, each breath short and shallow, the feeling both alien and natural, exhuming the soul piece by piece, graced with choice, permitted autonomy, creating consequences, rippling through time, this time and the next. From behind my eyelids, faces, so foreign yet intimately familiar. Which time is this time? How many times have I held this heavy chest, breathed these labored breaths? Are these eyelids my own? Those faces, have I known them? Will I? Do they languish as I do? How many paths have I tread? How many incorrect choices? Paradise, this cannot be. How many times have I just begun? Or do I churn again and again? Universal is the space beyond the clouds, yet I mire, knowing not where I begin or end. Which faces are my own to see? If I am not I from many times before, but instead from only now, how long must I wander hell? And if I am I from many times before, how much longer? Grant me the foresight, the patience, the strength to endure my choice, my autonomy, my consequences, through this time and the next, beyond the garden's walls.
Thank you for your poem. That was my impression of Worker's voice that I've heard before. Close enough. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Clap, clap, clap. Yay. Sent you the galaxy. Nice. The walk animation is 16 frames copy pasted. I see. I concur. It's sick. Thank you for the shout out. You're welcome. Using it as a new ending screen. Beautiful. He did it to be funny. Heck, holy cannoli, it's me. Workers' work that worked. On point, not gonna lie. I was into it. Which time is this time? It's one of those existential philosophical poems that asks a lot of rhetorical questions. But once again, I'm left with this feeling of there's a lot of rhetorical questions and big ideas and concepts, but not a whole lot of concrete imagery, right? I don't really know. I know how it wants me to feel, but I don't know how to feel that way without more to it, right? Once again, breath is one thing, right? Feeling in the body is a really good tip. That's something that that can help in any different medium, whether that's writing fiction, nonfiction, or poetry. It happens within the body. How it feels. Are you short of breath? Does it hurt in different places? Can you imagine yourself doubling over in pain or happiness or whatever elation that you can fathom? I'm probably going to go back to this one and Seema's and do a deeper analysis on it. Right. Seema's is great. I don't know. I just love painting with words and the fact that it was so well structured. With this one, it's free verse. So once again, beyond the garden's walls, make a mental note whether or not this is supposed to have an apostrophe there. Or, well, somewhere. Where my chest weighs with ephemerality. This is a good line. At the same time, it's like one of those, okay, you know, it's a bar. Each breath short and shallow. Yeah, okay. Because ephemerality means it's not lasting, you know? Here for a little bit. The short and shallow part going hand in hand. The feeling both alien and natural. Contradiction. Exhuming the soul piece by piece, right? Like an exorcism. Graced with choice, permitted autonomy. Creating consequences. By the way, you spelled autonomy right here and autonomy wrong here, but anyways, that's beside the point. Creating consequences, rippling through time, this time and the next, from behind my eyelids, faces so foreign yet intimately familiar. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those philosophical ones that goes back and forth with a lot of the ideas and asks a lot of rhetorical questions, like, is this me? Am I me? You know, the timelines, the infinite me's. Which time is this time? How many times have I held this heavy chest, breathed these labored breaths? Not breathes. Are these eyelids my own? Those faces, have I known them? Will I? Do they languish as I do? How many paths have I tread? How many incorrect choices? Paradise this cannot be. How many times have I just begun, or do I churn again and again? Universal is the space beyond the clouds, yet I mire, not knowing not where I begin or end. Which faces are my own to see, if I am not I from many times before, but instead from only now, how long must I wander hell? And if I am I from many times before, how much longer? Grant me the foresight, the patience, the strength to endure my choice, my autonomy, my consequences through this time and the next beyond the garden's walls. You know, funny enough, I don't know what this has to do with the garden's walls at all, actually, when I think about it. The second thing is that I understand this is a poem about asking, well, it is actually highly spiritual by the end, saying, you know, allow me to endure my own consequences, but who am I and why must I go through this every single time, this pain, right? This push and pull of what it means to be me, foreign yet familiar. Does it mean it hurts to live? I don't know. It basically has it, rather than some poems tell a story. This one is more to grapple with the concept. But even when you grapple with the concept, I feel like there's a through line that would help ground the reader. And in which case, this is one of those poems that, once again, it does what it sets out to do, though, right? It helps. It has you grappling with these ideas. But in terms of presentation, I'm just thinking to myself, is there a more concrete way to show it, right? Abstract ideas are fine. Concepts are cool to introduce. But at the same time, how can I really bring this home to the audience, to the reader, to really hammer home my point, right? Before we tread this line of where it might feel self-indulgent. How long must I wander hell, right? That is a personal thing that you say, but not necessarily show. It's one of those things. Garden is walls. I like polypton on. Is this time how many time? The consequences of using Notepad, I see. Doesn't do autocorrect, but that's good for me since I don't get distracted. Fair enough. Are these islands my own is an interesting imagery. It feels like someone wanted to disconnect from himself. Yeah, exactly. Like, you understand the concept, you understand the feeling, but I want to feel the feeling more, if that makes sense. This is going to be part of a collection where, when I get around to sharpening it, it'll likely write it as garden, so capital G if that helps. Beyond the garden. Okay, I see. It's one of those again, where it will make more sense in context. I don't know. With a lot of your work, it always just leaves me wanting something more. But I always have to, like, concede that, yes, it does do what it sets out to do, and it does it in a way that makes sense, right? It's not always my cup of tea, though, because what my preference is usually something more, what's the word? Not necessarily relatable, but more, humanitarian, I guess. It's like the human experience is where I usually delve into. And so when I see stuff that appeals to that, I get real excited. Stuff like this is a lot more theoretical. And in the way that you struggle through the theory of it has me feeling separated from it, if that makes sense. Like, it's more opaque than it is transparent in terms of a poem that I can really get behind. But that's just my own personal preference. But like I said, it does what it does. It does what it sets out to do, and it does it well. The vocabulary supports what it does. There's just some spots where I feel like it could help with concrete imagery. That's it. That's valid. Am I in control of myself, or am I destined to be something else out of my reach? Well, to your point, Tenebro, it's like when you go to an art museum, you see this art piece, and you sit there and staring at it for 15 to 20 minutes, and you wonder what was the intention of the artist, and then you think to yourself, does the intention of the artist matter, or does what matter is my understanding of it and how it makes me feel? It's one of those things. Am I wrong to think that a poem is to play on others' empathy with sensation? Well, kind of. Sometimes poems aren't even written to anybody. If you think about someone like Emily Dickinson, she didn't write with her poems with the intent to show anybody. She just simply wanted to express herself. So like other mediums, poem is a form of art that you simply do with words instead of colors and images. You know what I mean? I definitely like it. No, I think that's the point exactly. I don't think there's anything wrong with interpretations unless you told me this was about being a lizard. Then I'd say that's kind of off base, but otherwise, right? It's one of those things where you have to argue: is it art? Is the art up to the interpretation of the audience, or is it up to what the author intended? And sometimes there has to be this middle ground, right? It depends on how transparent you want your art to be. Is it something where you want it to be very like blatant, very clear about what something is, or do you want it to be more subtle and allow your audience to infer meaning? Flower that gets eaten by lizard. Now we're getting somewhere. World building. Wow. It was about a flower. I've done nothing but non-stop talking for the last 2 hours. But let's keep it up. This next one is a fugue written by Tenebro. So let's see how this sounds. That was something for sure. Has that classical sound to it, obviously, because it's a choir type piece, right? It's made for singing. According to the internet, a fugue, the definition of fugue is a contrapuntal musical composition whose basic structure consists of a theme or themes stated successfully in different voices. Um, right. In this case, it's a very classical type piece where there's not a whole lot of differentiation in the rhythms. A lot of it is, what's the word? All together in rhythm, right? It does this very interesting thing where it almost wants to be in 3/4 rather than 4/4, but instead it goes for a rest on the fourth beat of a measure. Where so it's like da 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 da, right? It almost sounds like it's in praise of something, which is very nice. There are certain parts where I feel like there could be more to it, but if it's meant to be a simple piece, then it's already doing that very well, I would say. My voice would be roasted singing this. That is true. There's not really any rest here, but it's made for choir, and the trick to choir is that when you take a break to rest your voice for a second, everyone else is still singing, so you can just join right back in. That's the beauty of choir. I don't remember. I'm gonna check this out. It's been a while. I don't follow the harmony of today. I mean, I'm not saying it has to follow the harmony of today, right? It's like I said, it's meant to be a classical piece that adheres more to classical conventions, right? Where it's not gonna have a lot of different like deviation from rhythms. A lot of it's gonna be in unison in terms of the rhythm, and a lot of it is gonna be very simple harmonies, and that's why it sounds the way it does. Although very interesting though, you do give it a bass solo here and there. Thank God I'm not in choir anymore. I do miss choir, but it depends on the nature of the choir. It's really hard to pull off, right? Do the check marks indicate okay with feedback or something else? Green means you want it to be shown on stream. Blue check mark means that you want it to be critiqued. I will say it does kind of remind me of the one zone that comes with me. That goes come with me, and you'll be in a world up here, imagination, although I'm using voice to text right now, so this doesn't make sense. I'm so sorry. That's okay. I see. I think I get what you're getting at, though. The one song that goes, oh, you mean, come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. That's the song. That's from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Featuring Gene Wilder. It's, you know, yes, exactly. The counterpoint on four voices, yes. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Rah, no Hunter. We don't need to go there. We're only talking about the song right now. I really do like that. This piece right here. Beautiful melody line. I like this part too, where it feels like the upper voices dance, like while the rhythm is kept up by the lower voices here. Right? I do like it when choir pieces intertwine, but also these little parts here. I like the solo parts as well before they rejoin back in, because it gives you a breath of like, okay, reset for a second. Because it gets very samey if you just have all four voices going all at the same time. Right? This weaving in and out between the different parts, though, definitely very fun to listen to. And this reoccurring motif of just having 3 beats and a rest. Most of it is 3 beats then rest, but this one, interestingly enough, is 1 rest, 3 beats. If you follow the subject, you'll see it on every part. The subject, you say? What do you mean by subject? If Willy Wonka made a type of beast, what would it be? A chocolate one, of course. One that you could ride. I will not lie, a child playing outside screamed, and for some god-awful reason I thought it was part of the song. Oh. Nothing like... was traumatizing children with my choir music. The song is lovely, I don't know why I thought that. I don't know. Although the better question is, why is there a screaming child outside? That made me laugh. That's okay. Come here, child. You will listen to my fugue. Ah! But yeah, beautiful piece. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. The introducing of the subject on the first bar sang through each part. Yeah. So that's the motif, right? Na na na. Na 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 na. The interesting thing is that it doesn't have a really memorable, strong melody line because it doesn't repeat itself. The only part that repeats is la, la, da, da, la, da, da, right? And you'll see that as we go through it again, just a little bit. Like there it is, la, 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 as the altos come in this time with the motif instead, right? And you skip ahead a little bit. And this part is just heavenly as it goes. You have half notes and quarter notes going at the same time. And now you hear the tenors have it. Da 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 da. Right there it is. Very fun. And now the basses have it. La da 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 da. The impressive thing is that it manages to sound still like very harmonious with all the way all the notes line up. Although I would say that certain parts of transition, like into this part here, feel a bit sudden because of the way that it just immediately goes. And there's no pickup. There's no transition to it. Like nada. Like it in terms of chord structure, it's a bit sudden because it doesn't resolve, right? But that's only if you're not really well, like I said, modern conventions of how we understand music don't necessarily apply if you're trying to go for a classical, but even in classical themes, you can see how the greats did it because they would always have these chord structures that they would follow as you go with the melody line. That being said, though, this melody line sometimes ends very abruptly as it swaps to a new section of the song. It's really hard to play four melodies at the same time. Yeah, exactly, to make them sound good. It really is the equivalent of trying to write a structured poem, if you think about it, because you have to make everything fit while still doing the thing you want it to do. One melody and chord in today? Yeah. In which case, though, it's four different melodies going on at the same time, but that's not necessarily what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is chord structure, which is to say that all four melodies would be following this structure of cyclical nature, because you would go like da 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 da, right? That would be, and then you repeat like back to the beginning. In this case, though, there is no beginning at the beginning of this part right here, right? It just goes. Right? Na 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 na. Like there's not a lot of it's not a smooth transition of where the melody line is going. It kind of feels like you just cut it off and then put it on the new put it onto the next section of the song. It's Baroque, yeah. There's no chord structure in fugue. That's true. There's no chord structure, but I guess I'm talking about patterns. But like I said, I'm not a music major. All of my knowledge about music comes from being in 5 years of an a cappella group and also being in choir here and there. So it's not my field of study, but it's something I notice and why I feel the way I do. So it's something I describe, but it's not necessarily that needs to be fixed. At the end one, I did a 5-1. I see. That's why it sounds like that. Still, for what it is, it works really well. Also, Nams13, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. I'm curious how you decided to, or how you figured out the melody for this. And I know you say that there's four melodies going, but it really it's more like four pieces that that do their own melodies, but occasionally intertwine into one beautiful harmony, right? Which is to say, it's a contra. No, it's not contrapostal. Contrapunt. Counter. No, that's not right. Either way, it's a type of music that has multiple melodies, polymelodical. Does sound very broad in a good sense. Yeah, exactly. But anyways, thank you so much for sharing. I really appreciated this. I thought it was beautiful. It's nice to revisit these types of musical genres from time to time, honestly. A piano might be a nice addition, though it's up to you. That's true. But remember, it's a choir piece. So although choir pieces can have musical accompaniment, but because this is meant to be a Baroque fugue piece, that's why it sounds the way it does. I start with the subject motif. The motif I introduce with a counter subject, modulate to the fifth, and add more in freestyle. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, moving on to the next piece. This one is brought to us by Kinji Cat. I don't know if Kinji Cat is still here. If not, then I can always come back to this later. But yeah, I was just going in order. Hello. Thank you for sharing this art piece, by the way. It's beautiful. Now, this is the outfit is ABBA from hit game Guilty Gear Strive, a fighting game. And the actual character, though, is someone else. I don't know who it is, but I really like the way it's drawn. I like the little mouth. I think the hair is really well done, actually. I love the shape of it. And all the details of the actual anatomy of it look great as well. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't described. I said this person because I don't know what gender they are. You should never judge someone based on just how they look. Um, but yeah, I really do like this. Coloring was very fun. Even though it's just flat colors, I think it looks great. Really, it's just the expression has me captivated. I just love the way that the eyes are drawn. It's me in her outfit. I plan to do cosplay. Oh my god, how cute. Beautiful blonde hair. Funny enough, though, I actually don't know what your pronouns are. Because, unless I ask directly. Although I feel like I have asked you. But I usually refer to this thing for people who used in chat. So that I could just be like, yeah, I know your pronouns. Mine are work, her. Okay, sure, man. Like, what do you want me to say? My pronouns are brawn, swa. I use any, I don't really care. But most use she, her. I see. Mine are uh-huh. I see. Makes sense to me. Close enough, I guess. Mine are Koto. Hey, the man of the hour shows himself. You know what Worker did earlier? Called me a rightist. Or something like that. Oh, or was it a readite? A readist? A readite? Never mind. A redler even? What the? A what? A what? What would you do? No one does it like the original. What would you do if your spouse turned into a giant 300-pound key that required blood every now and then to stay functional? If you were ABBA, you would definitely stick with it, huh? I mean, if it works, man. I know someone whose pronouns are hee hee ha ha. They're transgender. You stole that joke. I saw this joke already. I thought your pronouns were hee hee ha ha. Yeah, I'm transgender. Thanks for the feedback. I'll go to sleep. Have a good night. Good night, Tenebro. Thank you for sharing. We appreciate you. Good luck on your creative endeavors, and we will see you next time, whenever that is. Thank you all. Yeah, it's beautiful. I really have nothing else to say about this. You didn't ask for a critique. You just wanted me to see this, and I said, I think it's great. My pronouns are he, him, because I'm just that guy. That's everybody. Anybody can be him. All right, let's move on to the next one. This one is by... I believe this is Epic Genders. They say, this is a pretty visual piece, open for critique. Might add more to this, but I don't know, trying to figure it out. This is Epic Gender on Twitch. Yeah. This one, so they handed me a .docx, like Microsoft Word, but I don't have access to that, so I had to jam it into the Google machine, as in the Google Doc machine, in order to see it. So here we are. Mine are that bitch. I think you and Headless might share the same the same pronouns. I'm pretty sure Ron sent it to me. I might have. Take care of good stuff tonight? Yeah. But him only has one. You, because you're the GOAT. Thank you. Imagine not using Word. Couldn't be me. Sorry, not all of us can afford to buy Microsoft Office for how much it sells itself now. Got some House of Leaves feels going on. I know, right? I love House of Leaves. Although it is a very dense and difficult book to read, actually. But really, really good. That thing? The thing. Anyways, I use LibreOffice, but the files they default use are ODT. Eee. How you gonna open those? Anyways, this is a visual poem, really. Not necessarily a concrete poem, because those are poems that, like, oh, here's a poem shaped like a bird, and the poem is about a bird. This one is more visual. Here. I'm at the tippiest tip, tiptoeing at the cracked glass edges, trying not to activate titration, trigger their desired titillations that will concentrate me tightly into heavy-tipped point breaking terrain, me beneath tickling toes on transparent ground. I must not carelessly traipse
to the torrid darkness below, torture, torment, tribulation, taking me down turbulently. I'm at the tippiest, tipping at the cracked glass. Now, where do I fall here? EDG. Edge. Oh, cracked glass edges. Edges. These are all edges. Different spellings of edges. Who, what, where, when is below. Hello, can anyone see, hear, touch me? Please don't make me go down there. Hello, hello, please someone stay with me. Amazing poem. Thank you for that. Very fun. Hard, sometimes a little difficult to read, but that's part of the point, right? My kuwu soft? No. Ooh. Is the book House of Leaves because it's a bunch of trees and thus leaves turn into a book? I will leave that for you I will leave that to you to interpret if you haven't read it yet. Get it because I'm leather and leather's not human yet an item. I mean, you're also sly and brown, but you know. Went in for a joke and stumbled on a pickup line. I'm gonna need to write that down. What did you say? What did you say? Nope, I didn't see it. A logarithmic poem. I see. Is that what they're called? Logarithm poems. Definition, please. Oh, that's not what I want. Logarithm poems versus logarithmic poems. I think those are two different things. Talk about the curve. Oh, I see. My bad. Mathematical. That last couple lines were supposed to be on the same page. I see. I can see that. Well, like I said, formatting tends to break depending on what the medium you use to open it is. But I can always like do this, and then I go to spacing. It's already single space. Never mind. Although, hold on. Add space? No, we don't want that. I didn't actually say anything, but you were like, this is visual poetry. And I was going to be like, you're visual poetry. And then I was like, wait a second, that's kind of heat. You are visual poetry. Fire. Blush. Oh, shit. That is, in fact, fire. You should have hit on him. It would have been, as the kids say, lit. I'm saying. You're visual poetry. No, you're lovely. What? Impossible. Anyways, what do I have to say about this? This is all. So I understand what it's using this like imagery of tipping a glass and breaking apart, right? Dropping down, please don't. There's this desperation to it. Cracked glass. Right. It goes with the flow of the actual page itself, the medium of it, right? As you follow along, your eyes do the heavy tipping thing as you move your head back and forth. It's a very fun way of reading it. Even the word transparent, right, has spaces in between them to show you that happening. You're breathtaking. No, you're breathtaking. We're gonna be like your visual poetry. Baka runs out the door into the woods to revert back into soil and dust. My natural state, soil and dust. I love repetition here. Taking me down, tumbling, tippiest, tiptoe. Repetition is definitely the name of the game here and why it's working so effectively, because as you pick up the pace, it becomes more frantic and you understand the difference in the word. It's like how in theater, when you say the same word in different ways, they mean different things. And as you increase the pacing of it, it becomes more frantic and, you know, the feeling amounts, like it starts to build up. Why are y'all dust? Because I'm old.
Apparently, old people turn to dust. This just in. Remind me to stick you in a like what did they say? Wait, hold on. What's the joke? How much sawdust could you put in a Rice Krispie treat before someone notices? Except this time it's worker dust. Ew. Why did this make me think of Toxic Love from Fern Gully? What if you aren't old? What do you turn into? What do you mean, what if you aren't old? Are you immune to the passing of time? Braun, can't wait for you to reveal your new homie. Home? That sounds wrong. Please don't say that. What are you gonna stick in him? Excuse me, what? What? I said how much... Okay, so there's a running gag that people talk about. Like, how much sawdust can you put in a Rice Krispie treat before someone notices? Something like that. But anyways, in terms of critique, there are certain parts here. I don't know how much of it is formatting. I do think the ending feels like a little... It feels like it's reaching a little bit. Almost like it hasn't quite... I mean, by then we've come to this... like the imagery of it already is nice, right? You have this beautiful glass image here that swirls in on itself before finally tumbling and into broken pieces. And then we get to these last few lines at the bottom of it, whereas like what's below all the pieces, right? I almost want it to be more open-ended rather than this the desperation here, but that's at the same time it does work, and that's so it's like up to preference. Like as far as endings go, it's okay, but I personally like poems that have this like echo effect to them, if that makes sense. That's usually because they leave more to interpretation almost. But this one's pretty clear. I get it, right? And that's probably the intention. Like tiptoeing over glass until finally you break because there's too much tension, right? It's too much. You tipping over, you break into pieces. I want the ending to go harder, to be honest. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, right? Like, it could land hard, it could have a bigger landing, right? And this is one of those things where you have to sit with a poem. The same thing happened with, I feel like, Worker's poem, almost, where it has this idea and the general concept, you've given it shape. But in order to really sharpen it, you have to sit with it and struggle a little bit to really think, what am I really trying to say here? What am I trying to do with this poem? You know what I mean? Because it's so easy to just put out words, right? That's not to say it's like comes to everyone naturally, but rather the easy part is finally getting it on the page. The hard part is getting it the way you want. That's the hard part. You saying the word tension reminded me of another poem I wrote. I guess there's a recurring theme with my stuff with tension, which makes sense for me. Yeah, I mean, it's about how you express yourself, kind of like, and that's how you find your theme or your kind of, what's it called? Not concentration, but rather your specialty, I guess, right? What you like to write about shows in the way you write it and what you write about. How much work can we put in a Rice Krispie treat until they notice the self-hatred? Exactly, Hunter, exactly. I know I'm giving you shit, Bardman. Don't you already? I saw a guy do this with bread. Whoa. You mean with sawdust in the bread? Okay. Shadowy thing in that? Maybe that's why. Getting called out here. Gee whiz. Part of the lines involve him saying, "Oil and muck." Oil and muck. It's been so long. I feel like you can always tell when you meet someone in the wild who's on the same wavelength. It's like, you're from the same dimension as me. Yes. I too understand what it's like to be soil and dust. And have my bones audibly crack. I'm not saying y'all are old. I never said that. Absolutely. I submitted a draft essentially. When I finally have the full track list for the collection, then I'll start editing. I see. Whole revision. Sit down with this one. I want a revision workshop last month. That was really helpful. Revision. I also did a revision workshop. I attended one just to hear what it was about. And they have some great tips, right? Which is just to say, If there is something you could say in less words, why don't you? Because when you do that, you cut faster to the image and the feeling that you want, right? Get rid of excess words like sometimes, always, like little adjectives like that, and just say, it was a rock. No, don't even say it was like a rock. Sometimes it was like a rock. It was kind of like a rock until it wasn't. No, it was a rock. Cut straight to the image. Cut straight to the point, right? That's a revision. That way you can really hammer down what you're trying to say. Braun saying y'all don't do yoga. I'm not that flexible either, man. Poetry and collections are like little bonsai trees. Just got prune the MF. Exactly. To you, Hunter? It was the rock. Why big ship if small ship will sail? Exactly. Exactly. All right. Next up. This one is from Hasapiko. Here we go. I don't know if Hasapiko's still around. Oh, there you are. What am I saying? You literally typed in the chat, The Rock, like Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking? And how long is this? Long enough that we'll still get to the ad break on time. Weekly writing theme, Dream Like Solitude. Cleo woke up, her hair tangled between the charger cable and cool bedsheets. The sun is beginning its escape towards the horizon. The moon hangs above lazily like a lone pendulum. Her room was messy. A blanket fell from the bed and onto the floor. The office chair she uses for her desk holds way too much clothes than it can carry. Shoes scattered on the floor creating a few tripping hazards. Only silence hums around the room and that crushing feeling of slothfulness. How long has it been? Cleo asks herself as she untangles her messy hair from the bed's clutches. Would you even remember? A loud series of knocks would come from her door. Dinner's ready. Get down here before it gets cold. That's right. She moved out of Safarite's old apartment that she rented for her. That burning guilt still leaves a hurting pain that bites away at her metaphorical heart. She rose up from the bed and slipped on her worn-out slippers. She opened her door and a wafting smell of buffalo sauce reached her nostrils as she took a few steps towards the kitchen. Finally, you decided to wake up, Orion says as he finishes plating up the buffalo chicken and tender-cooked Alfredo pasta. His sleeves rolled up, showing his lean forearms littered with scars across both his arms. Orion's military coat hangs on the rack near the front door of the apartment. Kostakis dropped by earlier when you were sleeping. He left this box here for you. Orion sets the plate of pasta and chicken on the kitchen island before motioning over to the small box wrapped in a blue paper. Cleo tightened her lips slightly before taking seat at the kitchen island. She takes the fork that Orion had set down and slowly takes a small piece of chicken. The taste of buffalo was mild, but still enough to give a sting to Cleo. Orion takes the lid of the large pan that he used to cook. You aren't going to eat? Cleo asks as she finishes chewing the food she had in her mouth. Orion shakes his head. They called me to run patrols around the shipyard. Command has reports of intruders lurking around where they shouldn't be. Everyone else is on edge ever since the bombardment of the North. Orion stops himself. He quickly recognizes the mistake he was about to make. His heavy-sounding footsteps echo as he walks over to the coat rack. Sorry. I know you still don't want to talk about that yet. Cleo looks down at the plate of food before her, her fork entwining the pasta before being lifted into the air delicately. It's fine. I know you are trying. A loud silence takes hold of the apartment. Cleo looks over to Orion and notices how tense he looks. His hands balled up into tight fists before slowly releasing them. Orion sighs deeply before he takes his coat and slowly guides his arms through the sleeves. An intricate sigil of red and yellow bars shows brightly on his right sleeve by his shoulder. Call me if you need anything, he says before opening the door. And don't eat all of the pasta. I still need something to eat when I get back in the early hours of the morning. As the door closes behind Orion, Cleo is left alone in the apartment. Orion has taken in Cleo for now. An unexpected layoff announcement had left her without a job and without income. Kostakis could not take her into his apartment, but recommended one of his own friends that could help. The sun continues to run down to the horizon. the moon now clearer in the night sky. The apartment sits near the shore. A lighthouse far off in the distance opens its bright light to the ocean, a saving eye in the sea of a soon starless night. Cleo felt the crushing sorrow now that she is alone. A rain that beats down upon her brain, locked up by her own denial. She breathed slowly, a silent resentment stirring below her calm demeanor. A slow gaze over to the box, feeling like an obsession of what Cleo could have done differently. Her hands holding the fork in a state of listlessness, a pleading, bargaining cry that would never see the light of sun. Her own mouth, crying songs of depression with each word she speaks. She sets the fork down and gets up to walk over the wrapped box. She uses a nearby butter knife to open the wrapping paper. A short struggle to find a proper opening ensues before she slid the knife in to make a clean cut across the top of the box. She looks inside with a solemn gaze. Inside, a piece of paper with a silver necklace with a large locket. She slowly takes the note and reads its contents. Dear Cleo, I hope Orion is keeping good company for you. I know his stern and quiet attitude is not the best to be around for you, but I didn't know who else to direct you to for help. I found this silver locket at the market and thought you would like it. Let me know when you want to meet again before I head across the sea for my next adventure. Your best buddy, Kostakis. A single tear would roll down her cheek, a short sniffle, and a strangled cry of sadness. Cleo did not know how to process this right now. She thinks so fast as she takes the locket that was laid in the box. I don't deserve your kindness, Kostakis, Cleo says before she fully breaks down in a fit of crying. Cleo, in her whole state of self-contempt, felt like she was a fraud living someone else's life. The sun had set. The moon had taken dominance over the sky. Tonight, Cleo was running a marathon of her own making. A marathon to find self-acceptance and to forgive her own sins. This one was slightly rushed now that I think about it. I'm still happy with how it turned out. Yeah. I mean, for what it is, I can see that it's a nice story, right? I see where you're going with this. I see the character building. I particularly like the way that you describe things, right? You take the time to make these beautiful images like this. Like, at the end, the moon taking dominance over the sky is a beautiful line. Running a marathon of her own making is also great, right? Interesting choice with buffalo sauce and macaroni, but you know. Let's see, what was another really nice thing I liked? Apartment sits near the shore, lighthouse far off in the distance, opening its bright light to the ocean. A saving eye in the sea of a soon starless night is also beautiful. Like, your descriptions are really nice. I like them, right? You're not afraid to get poetic in a prose piece, and that's cool. But yeah, as far as it goes, it's a story about someone who is down in their luck and having to rely on other people, and all they can really feel, she's blaming herself for her situation, which is unhealthy, and you know, it feels like it wants to be explored more, if anything, like what that is, like why does she feel the way she does. If I had to critique it, I have a few things actually. The first thing is that now I don't want to, once again, grammar is not the be-all end-all, but I will say that it is actually extremely distracting, going between past tense, present tense, and a little bit of future tense too in a lot of these paragraphs, because I can't tell if it's on purpose, and because of that, it's really messing with my sense of time. As in, is this supposed to be happening now? Is that supposed to be happening in the past? Where are we? When are we? Right? It's getting to the point where it makes it difficult to read sometimes. The other thing is, at least the big thing, is, what's it called? The ending has her breaking down, and I understand why. But in a sense, I almost feel like it hasn't been earned yet, because I don't see the full story. It's very short, and it's hard to fit that much into a short story and still have the ending feel earned. But if that's the case, then you have to know what you want to show in this very small amount of prose, right, in order to get to that ending. We see a lot of small details, a lot of beautiful descriptions, and you see the interactions between characters. That being said, Uh, Another thing with dialogue, right? How how formal are they and how relaxed are they? Right? It's sometimes it's fine. I know you're trying. I know you are trying versus I know you're trying, right? Things like that. Anytime you don't use contractions someplace, it makes things sound more formal. It's a very strange quirk of English these days in terms of how people talk. There's also a lot of world building here. I feel like this is part of a longer piece almost because there's um things happening in the background, you know, definitely some kind of trauma here that happened in the past. There's a lot I want to see more of, but once again, it's a pick and choose of what exactly to fit in the story given how short it is, right? I need someone to drill how to use specific time descriptions. If you start something in past tense, woke up, tangled, keep everything else as past tense. The sun is, the sun was, right? Instead of is. You have to, every single time you write something, you have to pay attention to what verb you're using and what tense of the verb, right? Because it goes back and forth a lot. She moved, asks, it's just present tense, untangles instead of untangled. Say something nerdy. Well, actually, hello, Candy. But yeah, overall, I like the story. I like the descriptions. I think it does what it sets out to do. I think that I could get more out of it, given the characters. I think where the heart of this lies is how we treat the characters and how they show their feelings on the page, right? Sometimes it's not well what you don't show, you know? How important is it for Orion to cook something? Is it, you know, when I see dialogue, what does it actually add? It shows like relationship. Oh, Orion's pretty close to her. How the way how he speaks to her, right? Get down here before it gets cold. Drop by while you were sleeping, you know. You have food for her. Small things. It's one of those things where like small descriptions are nice, but I have to wonder what they add really. It's one of those things. Then again, I've had conflicting advice before. I had one professor say, "Cut down to the real meat of it," and I've had another professor say, "No, you should write as much as you can." Right? It's more challenging to write more, and I feel like people should write more because we live in a society where everyone wants to cut things down and make things faster and be more efficient all the time. But why do that when you just really take your time and really just live in the world, right? So there has to be that balance, I think, of how do we showcase the world without rushing through it, but also understanding what is important and what's not, you know? Some of it's world building, intricate sigil of red and yellow bars. There was a specific thing I was thinking of here. Cleo felt the crushing sorrow now that she is alone, not or was. Rain that beats down upon her brain, locked up by her own denial. That's a beautiful line. She breathed slowly, a silent resentment stirring below her calm demeanor. A slow gaze over the box, feeling like an obsession of what Cleo could have done differently. Her hands holding the fork in a state of listlessness, a pleading, bargaining cry that would never see the light of sun. Her own mouth crying songs of depression with each word she speaks. The problem is I don't really know where this comes from, I think. Not necessarily a problem, but more like I'm curious. Like, where is this coming from? I can't see into her brain. So a lot of it's like, this is what I'm seeing, but I'm not sure what to connect it to, right? It's like how it hits different when you see someone on the street crying versus you see someone in your family crying. That's the difference, right? Because you know what your family's going through. You don't know what a stranger is going through. And that's the difference. How do you make a character feel like family? Also, hello, Boops. Almost did a fucking spit take bastard, but with the nerd. I often write short stories on a whim when then I somehow try to stitch them together, see what I can work with. I see. Spoken like a true fiction writer. Overall, though, like, you have the skills. You just need to continue practicing, that's all. Big note-taking time. Yep, that's about all I've got for now. We have to take a 3-minute ad break, so Brixt, good night. Have a good rest. Hopefully, if you see me on the weekend, you see me on the weekend. Otherwise, I'm busy all Sunday, just letting you guys know that. But yeah, 3-minute ad break starting now. I will see you on the other side of this. I gotta go get some more water. I'll see you guys in a bit. Welcome back. Hope you had a good ad break. So earlier, by the way, in case some of you missed it, so their headless submitted this piece of artwork here that is amazing, and they also submitted this piece over here, which is just the background of the night sky, and it swirls so beautifully. So I just wanted to show that. I think it's great the way that it just weaves in and out. You can see all the different layers is going at different speeds. And I think it makes a really cool effect. So yeah, I just wanted to show that part off. Outside of that, we only got like a couple more things left to show. One of them being this piece by one Hunter Caleb 007. This one, according to Hunter, is short blurb for an idea I had for a story that I thought of this week, kind of like an old recording. So let's take a look. Hi, Kala. Good to see you. What's up, girl? Log number 30. The day is April 23rd, 1976. I thought of this cool final line while sitting out in the hit at my college. Was like, that's kind of bad. I need to add something to it. I see. Moriichi. We playing Mahjong now? Anyways, let me try that again. Log number 30. The day is April 23rd, 1976. Time is 11:40 p.m. Almost the witching hour. Richard Wrighton, private investigator, reporting. I'll cut to the chase. Everything's gone to hell. I came to this town filled with a bunch of tree huggers singing Kumbaya, looking for a missing person. I found the kid. They're dead. I hope they're dead. I don't want to believe what I saw was alive. Those trees bled red and stunk of fresh meat. I see lights through my hotel window. Every time I check, they get a bit closer. They're torch flames, I know it. The townsfolk are chanting and singing hymns. Music for the woods that surround this wretched place. They're coming for me. The freaks want to feed me to the thing they worship. My tires had knife slashes in them. Only mankind could be so thoughtful. This was their plan. The nearest town is 40 miles away. I could never make it. Without a fight. I always kept old Betty loaded in case I had to enter the bad part of downtown. But I think she'll make do. I am not a religious man. Never have been. But if there be a devil in this world, I know there is. I've seen the beast face with my own eyes. It is not of man nor of flesh. It is something far beyond us. Its form is primitive yet pure. A being that has existed long before us and will remain long after us. The devil is of oak and thorn. God help me. Sick as fuck. Yes. Man. Shades of like Resident Evil journal entry, bro. Like, fuck. Good horror. Good horror. Good horror is like, it hints, you never really see it, but you hearing about it is way scarier than actually experiencing it sometimes. The imagination is all you really need in order to feed the horror machine. Right? Anything you imagine would be way scarier than what it actually is. And even then, right? Wow, how morbid. Kids that are dying. And also people being fed to trees and turning into dead trees, or trees feeding on them. And a cultist. Of course, a cultist, right? This cop is definitely dead, though. Or PI, this private investigator, definitely dead. Probably went down with the fight, but still. That's crazy. Even for a short piece, this is what we consider flash fiction. It's just short enough, but it gets so much across in so little wording. It cuts straight to the chase, which is highly ironic considering that this is Hunter Caleb we're talking about. But anyways, the final line, huh? The devil is of oak and thorn. That's kind of badass. Yeah, as a final line, that hits, bro. That hits. God damn it. Oh my god. Okay, do I even have anything bad to say about this? Log number 30, right? April 23rd, 1976. You even have the time frame, midnight, the witching hour. Your penchant for naming people funny things just continues to keep working, especially for horror settings. I don't know why that is. I was thinking about it being like cassette tapes this guy uses for like interviews, but decided to use like them on just documenting this weird experience. Yeah, I mean, it works, right? Like, it's kind of like when you play Expedition 33 and you find the little audio recordings. The same deal. Like, it adds a lot to the world building. They're torch flames, I know. I kind of wonder what this is. Oh, I see lights. The lights are torch flames. I see. Singing hymns, music for the woods that surround this wretched place. Coming from me. Only mankind could be so thoughtful. Such a great line from sarcasm, because you know you know immediately what he means. I think the only critique I have was this line here. This was there. Well, not that part. The line after. I could never make it without a fight. I feel like there's a better way to say that. Instead of I could never make it without a fight. I mean, the cliche would be saying I might be going down, but not without a fight. Right? Nearest town is 40 miles away. I'd never make it. At least, well, I don't know. It's not as awesome to say I'll never make it without a fight. Something about that doesn't have that same ring to it. I don't know. But yeah, that's the only line I think that doesn't hit the same as every other line of this. If I had to say. I am not a religious man. This is one of those cases where actually it's okay not to have a contraction here. I am not a religious man, because it's punctuating on every word. I am not a religious man. Never have been. Versus I'm not a religious man, never have been is casual, but not like it doesn't get the point across as tightly as I am not a religious man. It's weird. You have to understand the dialogue beats there, right? I'm kind of surprised if there is a devil, instead if there be a devil in this world. It almost makes me think this person talks in a certain way. I wonder if they are possibly of this ethnicity. But that's more like profiling through words, and that's not necessarily okay either. But it was just curious to me if there be a devil. Like, although multiple people of multiple ethnicities could say this, it's just a very interesting quirk of a word to put there. It still works either way. It's just interesting. I don't know. Overall, incredible work as usual. Right? Your penchant for making characters that have really good dialogue, highly believable, just shit situations, great world building, horrifying, really. You do great jobs. I did kind of think of that last paragraph first. I mean, yeah, sometimes you know where you want to go and you just work your way back from there. A lot of people do that. Another common thing I see is that people think of an amazing scene in their head, and then they have to think, how do I get there? And so they start from point A and then try to make their way towards point B, which is the thing they had in their head. And that's the hardest part. In all honesty, sometimes it works better to write all the scenes that you can imagine well in your head, and then after that, try and connect them in ways, right? Or you be like me and you just start with an idea and run with it. Either way works. The oldest English felt more spiritual. I see. If there be a devil in this world, I know there is. I can see it working. But it's 1976, so I'm not sure. But he's not a religious man. So I'm not sure. It's one of those things where it's a strange place to put it, because it almost seems like a little out of character. But both work, right? If there be a devil. It does flow off the tongue better. But if there is a devil in this world. But if there be a devil in this world, I know there is. And I know there is. I've seen the beast's face with my own eyes. Both work, so it's one of the... It's something you can go back and forth on. Either work. The only line I just think that could be better is, I could never make it without a fight. That's it. I don't know what the alternative to that line would be, but I just know that is the only line I think that I kind of want more out of, to be in line with the quality of the rest of the lines in this. That's it. That's how I write. I usually think of point D, then go back to point A and lead to D. Then whatever D is too different, I just edit it to fit better. That's true. A lot of fan fiction writers do the same thing, where they have this beautiful scene and then they kind of middle their way through the entirety of the story until they get to that one scene. That one scene is really, really good, but the rest of the story is kind of eh. because that we didn't really put that much thought into it, right? So that's why it ends up being the way it is. At any rate, there's only one last thing to show off tonight, and that is one more thing sent to us by Sly Brown Leather. I don't even know if Sly's around right now. Sly might be lurking, in which case, but I've already like bought as much time as I can, so we're just gonna watch it or listen to it, I guess. I have no idea what this could be. This image is the song Energy for real, for real. E. The image driving me crazy. It's a song. I know it's a song. I figured that out when I press play. This is just the thumbnail. It's a good image though, isn't it? Did you get Kendrick on the track? Interesting. I like it. It has like three main instruments here, right? Which is the melody, the guitar line, and the so that part, which is the synth basically, and then later the synth. Then they get the guitar, harmony. Song was nice, yeah. At certain points, I feel like it starts getting to be a bit much because the harmonies occasionally clash in terms of how they sound. And in some places, it feels like it's doing a little too much, right? Like fitting in too many notes in one bar. I like that part though. Oh, that part, yeah. It's just in certain parts. I particularly like the ending though, once it gets to be a bit more sparse. This part is nice though. Like, I think it goes back to this idea in music of if you're gonna write stuff like this, you have to make sure the melody shines through. So in certain places, things get really a little too crowded, and I can't really hear the melody line, right? I really like this section because you have that nice guitar as well as the bass going to really support the melody, right? Kendrick be like, I'm with my yellow fellow, he's super mellow, call him supersonic, and we be racing to put some ketchup on those eggs, man. Mustard on the beat, yo. Track slows down, my old man could never afford to bring emeralds home. Mom always making sure to add extra vanilla in the cream of our baked potatoes. Not bad. I see what you did there, though. Oh there, brother. That's a cool bit, though. I don't know what it is about your songs, but they feel like they should loop over from the end to the beginning again. But they don't necessarily have to do that. This is gonna sound like a funny comment, but honestly, I kind of wanted to just do less and repeat more, if that makes sense. It's like I never really get comfortable with the beat a lot of times because it keeps switching up on me, and I kind of want to just feel the different sections of the song a little more clearly. Because right now it feels like a lot of parts. I mean, this is old. I don't know if you'd ever want to revisit it, but some parts of it just feel like, oh, we're doing this now, and I don't know if we're gonna go back to that. But overall, I really like it though. It's got a great vibe, and it kind of reminds me of those old Sonic levels for sure. Feels very Renaissance fair for some reason. It's probably because of the guitar and the way that the music lines up. Da-rum, 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 right? And also the melody line goes in through a certain scale that sounds very like medieval. Probably pentatonic, honestly. I remember it being very difficult to lead to the part that repeats itself and not trying to get it to be very smooth and in and out, if that makes sense. I also kind of followed my heart with the song here, and this was made in 3 days, while I take months to write half a song down. I see. I mean, honestly, you're faster than a lot of other people. I think my weakness is that I would make more songs if I had access to actual good music equipment. Not sure, though. I want the song in my video game over an exposition about how bad it is in the kingdom right now. Long ago, in the ancient kingdom of Buttfuck, the citizens, or shall I say, the serfs and peasants, got fucked in the butt. The king could not give them enough money, and so everyone was starving. I have the free shit, man? Oh my god. Holy shit, Meat and Fuck Kingdom sequel. Sorry, guys. Did I go too hard? With all the music today, I kind of want to submit some of my drafts. That's fun. Let me know about the free shit, actually. I'm kind of curious. No, keep going? Fine. One fortnight later, there came a fated day where a single peasant rose above the rest and said, "I'm tired of this shit, man." Threw down his hoe, his farming utensil. "I'm going to take down the king. I know it's treason, and I might die, but fuck this shit." And the rest of the peasants said, "We're with you. We also fuck this shit." And they threw down the rest of their hoes, their farming equipment, and led a revolt against the kingdom. The kingdom's knights were well trained. However, they were not as numerous as the citizens themselves. And what good knight could ever strike down the blood of their own kin? That's right. This was their kingdom, together. And this king was not very good. And so the citizens of Buttfuck Kingdom decided it's time to take our fuck back. So they took their shits that they gave and decided to give it back. "King, you will no longer oppress us. We are not going to serve you anymore." "That's what you think," said the king, as he revealed his Buttfuckinator 5000, developed in secret by his ancient evil scribes. The Buttfuckinator 5000, however, did not work, and the kingdom was once again saved by the ineptitude of man. Somehow. Anyways, we also fucked this shit. Help me to cut this out and make it as short. I'm fucking sorry. I'm sorry. The American accents fill in the 2 minutes. I did. Okay, we're good. My ability to improv, once again, remains unparalleled. How does your mind work, Braun? I wish I could tell you. Tell us about that free shit. The American accents at me. Leather on the beat, ho. Farming equipment.
Laser.
Thanks, Garland. Hi. We also fuck this shit. You need to cut this out. Oh, wait, sorry. I actually sampled the song in Jumbox, then imported into BandLab to change the instruments because I didn't like the 8-bit sound. I see.
Your Majesty, Ganon and his minions have invaded the island of Korodai. Huh.
Man, I'm bored. I wonder what Ganon is up to.
My boy, this is the peace that all true warriors strive for.
Not the buttfucknator 5000. I love that my message got held. I mean, you did say buttfuck. That was so funny. Make this a short, please. I'll like it. Maybe I'll get my editor on this. I also did start out writing
Fuck
songs.
ship kingdom. I'm gonna fucking ship all over that kingdom.
Oh my god, please don't. Hunter vs. Braun, the idea of improv death battle. I feel like yours would be very contrived in pop culture, and mine would just be like, what the fuck are you saying? Actually, no, it would be two different flavors of what the fuck are you saying? I've submitted
Im
some...
Goner, Bronsu một xua lâu.
Okay. Thanks, Fever. I'm not a music guy, but hey, they there? Alright, let me take a look. You did 3 things right now. That's how I feel, Garland. Oh, man. Okay. This guy decided I can cheat out 3 pieces in one because I can do that. They're all small. Small, he says. This is fucking 2.5 minutes. 1 minute and 39 seconds. This is like cumulatively, like... Anyways, let me go get them real quick. There's no images associated, so we're just gonna literally just download and listen to them. Okay, worker, here's your first piece. Never dropped my Galaxy? I know you did, actually. We can actually look at it while we listen to these things. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Alright. Oh, wait, you can't hear it. I'm fucking stupid. You can't hear it. I'm not fucking stupid. I did something fucking stupid. There's a distinction. There we go. Respect yourself. You're not stupid. You just do stupid shit. Oh, that would be perfect. Only we can hear the music, like I just said. Anyways. We'll form a perpetual motion machine of ideas to keep Hollywood alive forever, Braun. I don't know if we should do that. Maybe Hollywood should die for a little before it comes back to life. Mods, ban our Braun for breaking his own rule. No. I was about to scold you. No, I fixed it. Don't worry. Is this piece in the room with us? Can we get the Eminem style album from you? Yo, freestyle rap over this. Shouts to Worker TV. YAVT. I don't know. What if I can see this vision of mine of him being the anime cartoon guy on the internet? Bet I don't think I could ever handle that. Just saying. Just think for a second what commissions could do for your wallet, see? Betcha things that might be different if we could just make more money, you see? Yeah. What do you see? I see trees. Yeah? What else? Well, manatees in the sea and other things that are kind of funny, really. Well, ain't that something? I ain't your therapist, though, man. Try again. Yeah, I think I saw something the other day in the woods crawling my way, but I didn't really know what to think of it, so I just bit it by the bullet and said, fuck it, man. Out in the woods, this is how we do it. Workers out here somewhere trying to soot things. Well, maybe that's not the right word for it, but you know, whatever, man. He's out here somewhere in the woods making things up as he should. He's a writer, a worker, something like that. I think I should really stop this at the drop of a hat, man. Wow. Freestyle. You fucked it? I think I did. Fuck. Well, what are we doing here, man? We're in the woods now. It's, you know, what's the plan? I don't know, man. I think we should get out of here. You're right. It's getting a lot creepy, man. What if some worker guy shows up or something? Here he lives here. You know, you might be right about that. All right. That's it for me. Worker on the beat. Peace. Not a bad flow, but at some point I was like, I don't want to rhyme anymore. All my homies hate themselves. Don't say that. I could never. He dropped 2 more, by the way. Monsby, the Burchesto Berries. The image of that second song is actually not related to the song at all. It was a random meme I found funny. Okay, that's fine. I think it worked out. All right, next one. Oh, you have an updated version of the Galaxy? Is this not it? Oh, you know, you didn't put it in the Discord. I have it here, though. That's fine. All right, next one. Oh, I just realized you can't see the thing. Okay, there we go. This one's 39 seconds.
He's gaining on you. He's in the forest. All fours down, naked, dirty, part of the dirt. He's gaining on you. 5 feet back. Watch out. He's on the attack. He's running. He's running. He's working it hard. Man, I think I'm...
What's the word? What rhymes with hard? It's Shia LaBeouf. My fault about the other day. I got a little too crazy, and that's on me. That's okay, Petra. Like I said, as long as you guys obey rule number 1 of my chat, that's all I really care about. Okay. Scared. Hard does not rhyme with scar. You mean scarred? Is that worker? Not Shia LaBeouf. No, Shia LaBeouf. Bard? Oh shit, you're so right. Hard rhymes with hard. Beat me too. I had to Google how to spell that shit. Anyways, you made a tiny one too? How cute. Thank you for the Galaxy. Hold on, we got one more here. This one's called, so that one, so the first one was Beat Thing. This one's, the one you just heard was I Don't Know. And this one's called Yurt. Worker, I think we might need to host a collab at some point. You know? I'll bring the lyrics. You bring the heat. You know where to meet. Yeah. Got me on the track. I don't know what I'm doing here, man. But, you know, we can make it work. Like you, worker. Hear what I'm saying? Yeah. Where's the drop? There is no drop. It just keeps going like this. Oh shit. Yeah. Ryo. I'm freestyling. I'm free walling. Trying to not donut wall my chat. Know what I mean? Ah. How do I rhyme? I don't got the time. I think I'm gonna go out of my mind. I'm on that shit that makes me feeling so sublime. Ah, what is the word? It's kind of absurd. You heard? Whoa. Doom Middy's worker. Yeah, the song was actually really short. There's no drop. This is one of those songs you turn the mic up super high and just deep growl whisper in the mic. May I request you do an anime aura test? Well, we're already here. Why not? You got the link? Get beat worker on the beat, yo. Typical song file name, so true. Komiko app anime aura. Okay. Hope it's not in Japanese or something. Hold on, I gotta try something though. Pick 9 favorites. Okay, hold on. Put this over on the side here while I get this done.
Yeah. What is up? Yeah. I'm coming for you. Oh. Worker. The woods. Nighttime. Campers. I'm coming. In the woods. I'm approaching rapidly.
If only Shisu was here.
Darkness. No parents. I'm Batman. Where
Jason
is she?
Voorhees la be up.
We're having too much fun. All right, that's it. I need to drink water after that. Everybody, drink water right now. Okay. Super rich kind of makes it better. Do you know I used to do harsh vocals back in the day? That would explain a lot, Mr. Smoker. My anime aura. Pick your favorite anime. Discover your anime aura. Okay. He said, Jose. Anymore. I've got wine because Jesus visited. Damn, he bled all over. I drink, please. I drink piss. You're the second person to mention piss today. Hey, man, I could do them healthily. That's why my vocal cords are not shot. That's true. However, they are shot because you smoked. I'm making piss. Burn, 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 burn it. Not even? Let's see here. Oh, it's just called this? I guess. Cycling anime. What's wrong with the cycling anime? I love that anime. I just got out of the shower. Now my body's telling me I need to shit right after. I love when my body trolls me. It's okay. If that's happened to me too, you just roll with it, you know? I'll send an original file of the first song in the Discord. You don't need to show it on stream if you don't want to. Why would I not want to? What other animes do I love that I've watched? I mean, there's a lot of good ones, but I wouldn't say they're my favorites, right? Like, Attack on Titan was actually really good. It's not my favorite, though. You know what I mean? Oh, what am I saying? This is great. There's other animes. Hey, you've seen JJK? I've seen the first season of JJK, and that was really fun. What am I saying? I almost forgot. How could I forget? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Let's see. Well, we got all these seasons. What's your favorite season of JoJo? It's actually season 1. So good. So many good animes I've watched over the years. 10 out of 10. The newest episode's a banger. Damn. Should I catch up? You really should watch the whole series. I probably will at some point. Well, AOT was okay, but it was blessed as Levi, which means it's A tier. That's true. You are a fan. When nature calls, you gotta answer. It's true. It can be good or your favorites. I see. I'll respect your opinion. I'm a part 2 head. Oh, I see. Like, I know how people feel. Like, Jonathan is lame. Hamon is like okay. Stans are way cooler. But you said part 2 was cool too. But you know, Joseph is cooler. But what can I say? I just love that guy. He's so straightforward, man. Part 1 had so many funny moments. I'll turn luck into pluck. Or that one dumbass scene where he... Let's use Hamon to fuse the leaves, which make a glider. Zoom punch. I will use Hamon to make my fist reach longer. I'm a fan of Levi. I know you are. It's late. No, that would be a factor to why you may now want to show it on stream. I mean, how long is it? EDM style 102. It's only like a minute long, guys. Original files. I mean, I can download it and see what happens, right? So let me see. Download this thing. Let's see. .wav. Put it over here. Oh, I forgot to make new window. Whoops. So you call me PP. Hello, welcome in. Sorry, so welcome to my reading and writing stream, except today is a community showcase, and some people want to showcase their music as well. I support all creative endeavors. So that's what we're listening to right now. There's only 20 more seconds of this song. It's really good. But I'm also doing this quiz because a mod of mine asked me, and I guess because kind of reviewed all of the community submissions already, pretty much. So now I'm just doing this side thing, and I'm trying to remember what my favorite animes are. It's kind of difficult. That song was really good, by the way. It was kind of gangster. I know, right? Part 2 and 4 are my favorites, which is kind of funny because Persona 4 is my least favorite modern Persona. Were we talking to Persona? Also, Shinka Cinematics. Hi there. Hello. Welcome in. To those of you who are just coming in, hi. Welcome to my reading and writing stream. I do this like weekly, and sometimes we get off track. But today we were actually going through all of the community submitted pieces. Some people submitted art, some people submitted music, and a lot of people submitted what's it called? Poems and prose pieces. They're amazing. Also, Shinka Cinematics, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Right now, I'm just doing this quick quiz here. It shouldn't take me that long. I'm trying to remember what my favorite animes are. We weren't talking Persona, but JoJo Part 4 and Persona 4 are so similar, so it's funny. I dislike one and love the other. Fair enough. Actually, I think Persona 4 was pretty fun, honestly, because the main character is just funny. But that's because I watched the anime. I didn't play the game. Hamon haters will never handle his Hamon-filled balls. Joseph, for context, right. Is JJK worth it from beginning to end? I mean, I've heard things about the ending in the manga. There's also Delicious in Dungeons, which is amazing. Oh, I watched half of it. I haven't seen the other half. I'm sorry. There's reasons for that. But yeah, let me see here. There's something else I'm forgetting here. I need to look up animes I've watched. Hold on a second. I mean, I love Bobo 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 Bobo, but it's also not my favorite anime. I'm trying to think what's my other favorite anime? I watched a lot of them, but like I got the main 3 here. Which is iShield 21. I feel like there's more to it than I swear I actually do have a file that has a list of my favorite animes on it. Let me see here. I can probably pull it up if I look for it hard enough. Apparently, I'm a trauma-informed weeb, and they're not wrong. Hold on, I got this. Part of me also wants to put Erase because Erase was really good. I mean, I did watch Naruto. Naruto was great. I never finished Naruto, and that's the issue. And so it's also not my favorite anime. I kind of kept up with it because it was just fun to watch, which is a whole different problem. You know what I mean? Let me see here. Was it this one? No. Not that one. One of these things has what I'm looking for. Text documents. Aha! No, it's animes to watch. Oh, well. Actually, oh yeah, Assassination Classroom was really good. Let's see, what else was there? Damn, I wish I could have watched. I still need to watch Samurai Champloo. Damn. Oh, how could I have forgotten? Duh. This one was so good. Gurren Lagann. This test just called me Grandpa? What the hell did you put in there? I can't make a 3x3 without being extremely cursed. I mean, go ahead, see what happens. You got tips for reworking, editing novels or fanfictions? I ran into a wall years ago and I realized I need to rework a lot and also get to plotting. Yes, actually, I can give you advice, but where would you like to start on that? I hate it here. Mostly instrument changes, because after the person I was working with disappeared, I took it to Instrument Experimental Lab after I got the chiptune update in FL Studio, and that song was the target, and I'm glad it was because it sounds better in 8-bit, in my opinion. Right. I can send the video if you want to see. What video? You are old. Don't get me wrong, the first version of the song is good too. It just sounds better with the chiptune instruments. No, turning to dust. If I had revealed the ages of half of you here, like, we would be divided as dust and not dust. You can generate video view results from this quiz? Oh, what the? I don't no. I need to figure out what the last anime on here is supposed to be. I feel like it was something else. Maybe I should go back to my animes I've watched. What is it called? My Anime? Yeah, it's My Anime List. That's the one. Log in. And then... Nope. Incorrect password. There we go. Bingo. Alright, where is my anime list? Yeah, how do I get to my list? Yeah, here we go. Anime list. Oh, of course, One Piece. One Piece is so good. Cardcaptor Sakura was also really fun to watch. I did enjoy Initial D quite a bit. So many good animes. If I see one that's like, yes, that's the one, then that's what I have to put on. Probably would be One Piece, though. What am I saying? Like, why would I not put One Piece on there? Is this all I put? Could have sworn there were more. I guess it was a work in progress. I'll put One Piece. The easiest answer. Kind of curious, right? Did you catch up with One Piece? Not yet. Not yet. What's the link to this? There. That one. Send you mine if you're interested. Dust like sand. Sand is like the stuff Jin are made of. Jin for the Jin. What? Oh, is that a Mirage reference from Deadlock? One Piece is okay, but how fucking long it is tanks its score for me. I mean, when it's good, it's good. What can I say? The Chaos Shonen Architect. What does this mean? High octane thrill seeker with a chaotic shonen soft spot. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot I forgot my isekais. I forgot to put my isekais in here. Fuck. Go back. 15,000 aura for peak comedy, you can tell him. 8,000 aura for the pure hype of Gurren Lagann. Minus 4,000 for the Noodle R main character status. Sorry, my bad. Go touch grass before you start revolution. Hold on a second. Can we go back? Oh, wait. There's a start over button right there. It's fine. I will edit the VOD later. It's fine. As I often do, because I have to save these VODs anyway. I guess my biggest problem is that I wanted most characters to be connected in some way. Plot relevant or just actually because it actually fits. Pokemon fanfiction, I used a randomizer Nuzlocke run I did in Diamond as a base. Generally darker theme because of Nuzlocke rules, mons can die, and deeper character themes, etc. I mean, that sounds cool and fun to me. If you want to work on more character connections and how to do that, you have to flesh out the characters' backstories first. Like, who are they related to? What are they like? What are their backgrounds? How did they grow up? Right? You have to be able to answer all these questions down to the very last detail. And that's the fun part. That's part of the world building for sure. But maybe what the issue was that you had the background for the characters, but you had trouble making them connect. And the tip for that is to think about the actual physicality of the world itself. How far away would they live? How would their environments affect who they are? Would there have been any chance of them knowing each other or running into each other in the past that would connect them in some way? Or maybe they know a person who knows a person. Or maybe they frequent the same place but have never met each other, right? Little connecting strings like that. Sure, Grandpa. Anyways, peep the video when you have some time if you feel like it. Okay, I mean, I have to make my own video first. Okay, so first off, what's it called? iShield 21. Gintama. Okay. Okay, on. Let's start with that first, right? Oh, yeah. Such a fun anime. God, I love that anime. Let's see what else was there. JoJo Part 1. Okay. I'm surprised you enjoy the villainous one. I have a soft spot for like isekais and funny like little anime tropes. Let me see here. Like it's not all shonen, okay? Like I could put something like also like Daily Life of High School Boys, which was a fun anime. It's not my favorite, but it was. Really? You don't have Daily Life of High School Boys in here? I swear to you, it's kind of easy. Yeah, High School DxD, High School of the Dead. Hell no. Ron, when are we making you watch Neon Genesis Evangelion? Eventually. Second thought is pacing. I feel like too much happens in a too short amount of time. Like traveling from town to town is too fast or things escalate too quickly. Ah, I see. Pacing is one of the most difficult things when it comes to writing stories. Because you have to understand how long do you have to take on a scene before you overstate your welcome, and how long do you have to linger on a scene until you've spent enough time there so that it doesn't feel like you're rushing. And really, it's about, I would say, well, there's two types of writers, right? Ones that like to write in the moment and then clean it up later, or ones that like to plan ahead and then fill in the rest of the skeleton. So, for example, if you were to plan ahead, then you would do bullet points of like, okay, what's the main thing that happens here, right? And what do I build around it? For example, if the main plot point is there is a battle here and someone's going to die. Okay. How do we get here? How do we build this up? How do I put in enough detail? Sometimes it's a matter of what details can I put in. Imagery is so important, right? The feeling of what's happening. Is it hot? Is it cold? What's the weather like? You know, how are the Pokemon looking, etc. All these little details make for a more vivid experience, right? That's how you fill in more details. As for pacing, sometimes you have to understand, okay, how am I pacing it? With dialogue, with action, you know, etc. Action lines are also super important because if you follow the style of Stephen King, then you want them to be short little sentences that lead you from one action to the next, which is choreography, right? Choreography can be pretty hard to nail down in text. And so when it comes down to those kinds of things, you want to make sure that the length of the sentence reflects the pacing of the action. I'm both. I never documented my plottings, just did in my head. Sometimes even ideas that came in the moment, I threw them in. Yeah, I mean, that's fun to do it like that. But it's also important to just understand where you're going, right? Do a mental map even if you don't want to plot it out. Sometimes you won't know where you're going until you have a really good idea, and then you write towards that idea. I have 18,000 aura. I still have the high score. Let's go. Did you ever watch Violet Evergarden? No, I need to watch that too. What's the saddest thing I've watched, actually? Oh, fuck. How could I forget? Clannad After Story, bro. This shit hurt me. If you're talking about, like, towns and areas, just write about the town, what the characters do. The trainers gotta eat, sleep, and eat. These, like, travels are where the bounds are different between the battles. My title is Chaos Intellectual Hybrid. You don't need to do it for everyone, but you need to know when to do it. Oh, I see. That's banger. I got Glitter Drenched Chaos Gremlin. Incredible. Let's see. I mean, the time I got reincarnated into as a slime is also really fun to watch. I haven't revisited in a long time, and it kind of went places where I can't remember if I have, like, if, you know, is it one of my favorites? I'm not really sure anymore. I put Hitman Reborn, but it's also, like, it's okay. It wasn't actually my favorites because I was just trying to remember what I actually liked. One Piece is still fun, but One Punch Man is actually more important to me anyway, because it's just so fun. I love the characters. I love the world building. I read the manga more than I watched the anime. I'm kind of glad I only watched the first season of the anime, but the first season was so well animated, man. As for the last one, what would it be? Dango, 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 dai kanzoku. Clannad is so sad. It's the only anime where I've probably cried, from what I remember. Like, I watched Angel Beats, and that was also, like... Although, apparently the ultimate crier is you gotta go watch Anohana. I still have yet to watch that one. I know exactly which one it's talking about for the glitter part. I see. Cry like 3 times on Anohana? Yeah. Also, hello, Coolio. No, good to see you. It's implemented a lot. Currently at 213 pages, but I got stuck at Gym 2 because I'm missing reasoning for Gardini to act like she did. You mean like, well, what do you mean when you say act like she did, right? Oh my god, it's the emote I drew for Ryo all those years ago. It still holds up, man. I can't believe it. I even added shading to that one. I had a big cry and made an abyss. Oh yeah. That one I heard was kind of fucked up. Oh, my last anime I put on here? Wouldn't it be tempting to put Prince of Tennis? But that would make me look so gay. I actually did watch Prince of Tennis. It was a lot of fun. I like the action. They had so much male fan service in that anime. Do it. Hi, Zozo. Hope you had a great stream, by the way. Star Fox is pretty cool. I'm trying to figure out what my last favorite anime is. Real quick. Made in Abyss is so wacky because it kills the kids in the story. I know that. But now you spoiled it for people. Freaking love Star Fox. Right? Oh, man. What is my last favorite anime? I mean, One Piece is there. One Piece is so good. But every time I think about it, like, is it really my favorite? I wouldn't say it's, like, fundamental. It was just, like, really fun to watch. It's, like, in the same vein as Naruto, right? There were so many episodes of Naruto. I love Naruto, but it's not my favorite. It's just, like, one of those things I love watching. But it's not necessarily my favorite. It's not formative, per se. Seems tough to answer. Yeah. Take this as well. Someone dropped the link to the quiz again. We can all share our results afterwards. I just need to think, though. What is my last anime that I liked? I thought it was on here. Man. You know what? Duh. I know where to find my answer. By checking my references. According to my reference sheet. Am I really about to put Pokemon on here, though? I don't know about that. Looks like I can search up Pokemon. But saying Pokemon is like my favorite anime is... That's not quite right. You know what I mean? You guys in the Discord feel free to post your results in general channel. True. I'm waiting for Weeb Boy to finish this list so I still have the highest score. I try to implement the general game plot into my story, but I weave a way bigger picture with it. Trainer becomes champion, saves the world was too short in my opinion. Missing the word for what I meant with the Gardenia. I need a second. All good. Take your time. Ron can look through from there. That's true. I feel like I missed a well, technically Clannad After Story is the romance here. That's comedy, that's action, that's slice of life, that's action, that's also action. If I look up top, or actually, do they have Erase here? I don't know. Erase still comes back to me like pretty often. It's just like, damn, it was so fire. It was so good. What the heck? But then, like, if you rewatch it, I'm sure it's not that good, right? Come on. Was it really that good? Was Erase really that good? I'm not putting Danganronpa in there. Hold on. Best animes. Top 25 best animes of all time according to IGN, published in 2026. Okay, let's see. Haikyuu, Trigun, Dragon Ball Z, My Hero, Made in Abyss, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Naruto Shippuden, Death Note, Attack on Titan, Ouran High School Close Club, Devilman Crybaby, Demon Slayer. That was fun. Code Geass, Samurai Champloo, Bakano. Oh my god, Kiri. The Kiri Star Year is rating me with a party of 22. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, my name is Bronsois, modern day bard at your service, your one-stop shop for poetry, performance, and pleasantries. When I'm not playing fighting games, you can usually find me reading, writing, and sometimes I might even sing you a song. But hey, welcome in. Leafing, hello. Vongola Ninth, Bean King, X, hello, welcome in. Don't put Danganronpa in there, you'll lose too many points. Leafing, hello. Kiri, hi. You want to do this quiz? We're taking this quiz. Shibiko, hello. Ni howdy. Super Bowl, Taylor Swift, Ford Mustang. We all know you're Aura in high school, girly in high school. We accept you for who you are. I actually never watched it except for like the first episode. Ooh. Honestly, I mean, I'm looking at this like list of animes to remember what I've watched. I was tempted to put like Mongola might hate me for this. Also, Leafing, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Mongola might hate me for this, but I'm like, I loved. Don't get me wrong. Like, I love Hitman Reborn. I love One Piece and Naruto and all the other ones. But like, I'm thinking, as much as I love them, was it like my favorite, or am I just remembering like the good parts of it because they were so long? I say that, but like, I have iShield 21 on here, and that was like 100 something episodes, and I loved every single episode, and so that tells you a lot about me. That was great, I love how it doesn't like my SAO pick because of mainstream. Wait, you picked SAO as one of your favorites? Holy moly. I was watching that shit when it was still barely 2 seasons. Honestly, I think it peaked after episode 4, but that's just me. Everything after episode 4 of SAO is like, okay, there were certain good parts of it. I heard Alicization was good, but I didn't watch it, so I wouldn't be able to say. K-On! Ending of the Rock Girls was so cool. Oh, which one? I mean, K-On! Was just great in general. I love that anime. Happens. I'm good. Super tired. Want to rest. Hope you have a great rest of the stream. Yeah, I was gonna say, hope you had a great time just chatting. I have no idea what you're up to. But Raiders, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Please do get some rest. Otherwise, feel free to stick around now. You all know where to find me. The word I was looking for was motive or motivation. Ah, the motivation. The motives. How familiar with Pokemon Gen 4 specifically? I know the plot. Specifically, though, I thought Gardenia was also trying to investigate Team Galactic. But correct me if I'm wrong. What are we doing? We're doing an anime quiz. To put your 9 top favorite animes in here and see what happens, right? Full Metal Alchemist. Is that... Wait, this had Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is number 1? That's kind of based, actually. Oh, Monster. That's a good anime, too. Hajime no Ippo. Cool. So Mob Psycho 100 is also fun. Hunter x Hunter, Neon Genesis Evangelion, Yu Yu Hakusho, Fooly Cooly. Okay, these are all good animes, but like... man. 50 more. Okay, hold on. Food War. No. Furin? I still haven't watched that. Spy Family? I still have. Well, Assassination Classroom was also really good, but it's not my favorite. Although it still sticks with me, though. Fruits Basket, Pokemon, Elfen Lied, Vinland Saga, Paranoid Agent, Berserk, Mobile Suit Gundam, Bleach. God, I did my time on Bleach. What else is there? My Hero, I already have Gurren Lagann on here. Dragon Ball Z, One Punch Man, Naruto, Monster, Gintama, Ghost in the Shell, Haikyuu, Parasite, Jujutsu Kaisen, Serial Experiments Lane, Made in Abyss, Mushishi, Psychopaths, Violet Evergarden, One Piece, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I already have that one. You know, I'm tempted to put Toriko, but man, I wish Toriko could have been better and ended better. Well, I mean, it ended good. I heard that the manga was never finished. Mob Psycho, Devil May Cry Baby, Samurai Champloo, Steins Gate. God, I wish I had watched Steins Gate. Otherwise, I'd probably put it on here. Attack on Titan, Cowboy Bebop, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer was really fun to watch. Death Note, Full Metal. Everyone puts like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood as their number 1, and I understand. Top anime of all time. Let's see. Let's see. Steel Ball Run. This is more recent. I swear to God, whoever put Chainsaw Man on here. I have nothing against that, by the way. I read the whole manga. And the anime is so well animated, I gotta say. Interesting list. Dororo? No, not Dororo. Help me out here, guys. I'm trying to remember. Let's start naming animes that you think are cool, and I'll try to remember, like, oh yeah. I don't think I watched an anime have 9 whole true favorites. Inuyasha, that's good, but I never watched it. That's the problem. I didn't think I did either, but I managed. I believe in you. Try it and see what happens. Bebop the Scrap Golem. No. Chainsaw Man's the best, but they'll kill me for it. Fairy Tail? No, I watched Fairy Tail. I did my time. I didn't finish Fairy Tail because it got, like, kind of convoluted at some point. Damn. Bocchi the Rock. I wish I'd watched that too. Perfect, yeah. So, current scene is MC got abducted by Galactic through Gardenia's help. It was a build-up for the fight with Jupiter and later on the gym battle. It doesn't make good sense, though. Gym leader getting blackmailed by Galactic through kidnapping her sister is way too far-fetched because I lacked connection with Cynthia, who I plan to picture as the main villain anti-hero. Really, you want to make Cynthia the mastermind. Interesting stuff. Overlord? I did watch Overlord. Oh, you're right, G Gundam. You're so right. Fuck. Oh my god. How could I forget about G Gundam, bro? Yes. Where is it? 1994? Is that the one? Yeah, baby. Oh. Thank you, Hunter. Plus 20,000 aura. Let's see here. Minus 4,000 aura for the G Gundam guild trip? What the fuck? High octane goblin with a secretly fragile soul. Hyperactive chaos patron. Plus 15,000 aura for the peak shonen stamina. Plus 9,000 aura for the Kaon emotional support. Okay, I got a higher score than Worker, actually. What do you mean? I still have the high score? Didn't you say it's 18,000 for you? I got 20,000. Oh, 23k. So why am I getting minus points for fucking G Gundam? I want to understand. So you're saying that if I took out G Gundam and put something else, I get something better? Hold on, reveal the video first. Where's the video? They hate you for being based. I can't see. It's generating it? Okay. Choose the same thing in video form. Go touch grass, but keep the gym membership, bestie. Okay, well. The video was the friends along the way. Okay, so you're saying if I put everything in here the same as I did, but I take out Mobile Fighter G Gundam, it'll be better? Is that what you're saying? I can't believe they fucking hate me. So, what is it? iShield 21. Right, Gintama. Gurren Lagann. Kaon. Let's see. Start trying to raise your aura? No, I'm just curious. I lost 5,000 points for a specific anime, but it was valid. Cynthia as a villain, as I hear, looks like a solid choice. I mean, she traumatized a lot of trainers back in the day. That's true. But she was technically a good guy in the main story, so I'm not sure. You always get a minus for something. Interesting. Replace Gundam with JJK. I feel like that'll lose me points, bro. 5,000 points? No, I already read that. Don't stop me. Needs to be powerful. I'm asleep. Good night, Sly. Have a good one. Where was I on? Let's see. What was my 8th one? I forgot. Sailor Moon? No, I didn't watch Sailor Moon. I think Konosuba got me extra points for peak comedy. That's true, but I didn't watch Konosuba either. Fuck. I'm sorry, but stop the cap. You didn't like Konosuba? I mean, that's what... I mean, like I said, I haven't watched it, so... I'm kind of surprised everyone says it's good. Everyone I've ever met always says it's good. Okay, but, like... Hold on. I'm trying to figure this out. What was the 8th one I had? Shit. Chokonoko's Peak? That's pretty good, too. I need to see something. Does anybody remember? Oh, yeah, I think it was JoJo. How could I forget? Okay, so what would my last one be then? If I can't have G Gundam, Hunter x Hunter? No, I didn't watch Hunter x Hunter, unfortunately. Okay, what if I put Erased? What if I put Erased, huh? Wow, it actually was worse for some reason. Peak Culture. My other one was better. Excuse me? For the mainstream blockbuster heavy lifting? What, because you didn't like Erased? Death Note, cool one. Try a slop shonen everyone likes. Well, it's probably going to give me the same one, right? Monogatari got me 15,000 points. I mean, I imagine so. Chaos Saji Connoisseur. Clearly it's because I swapped out one of them with Erased. I can't believe it put me minus 5,000 for liking G Gundam. I'm so indignant. Like, okay, fine. I'll put something like Yamushi Pedal instead, unless it's gonna give me minus points for that. Wimpy, like, you gotta say, it's you. Why did you put a... Oh, not that. Hold on. iShield 21. I don't understand what its criteria is, but I don't know. Like, at least I understand which one I likes, you know? Oh, not that one. Okay, on. Then, okay. Azumanga Daioh is the answer? I mean, that's good, but I also didn't watch it. G-Gundam is good. That's what I'm saying, but it gave me minus 5,000 points. We're running out of time, guys. I'm running out of I'm out of ad breaks. Cool one. Now try a slop shonen. No, I already read that. Death Note. I did watch Death Note. It's so dumb sometimes, but it was very funny to watch. Even though it's like, oh, so dramatic. But come on. Dead Man Wonderland? I know it was good. I didn't watch it, though. Peruse through all the submissions. I could watch them, actually. Hold on. Let me see. General. In an alternate... Okay, hold on. You guys post a bunch of stuff. Behold my aura and fear. Why are you missing one? Dragon Ball, Neon Genesis, Chainsaw Man, Yu-Gi-Oh, Neon Genesis again. 22,000 aura. 8,000 aura for the peak mental stability check. 4,000 minus 4,000 for Fairy Tail Shonen Hangover. Plus 6,000 aura for the bizarre aesthetic commitment. Okay, fair enough. Dandadan and Wolf Children are understandable. Okay, they deleted Fairy Tail for some reason. In an alternate timeline, you got this plus 19,000 for putting all the rest of it. Okay, cool. Understandable. Yeah, let's see. Sly got plus only 4,000. Minus 2,500 for Danganronpa trauma dumping. Minus 15,000 for the future diary phase. Plus 8,000 for Firin. Taste upgrade. It said you had bad taste. I liked Assassination Classroom, but anyways. You also put Chainsaw Man on here. Kinji, Kill la Kill. Hold on. I should. Okay, you know what? We're gonna go to ad break. And I'm going to post everyone else's results on here as well so you guys can see it. So ad break first, and then we come back and I'm going to see this through to the end, okay? See you guys after 3 minutes. Welcome back. Hope you had a good ad break. Okay. So I had the liberty of pulling up everyone's results from Discord. And we're going to take a look at what everyone picked, okay? So first off, we have Hunter. Hunter had plus 22,000 aura on his initial one, which had Dragon Ball Z, Neon Genesis Evangelion, Chainsaw Man, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Neon Genesis, the movie, Wolf Children, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 1, which also includes Part 2, and so JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 2 and Dandadan, although it's missing one. So it got him 22,000 aura. In another timeline, he got 19,000 aura for these ones instead, which was JoJo, Dragon Ball Z, Panty and Stalking, Chainsaw Man, Wolf Children, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Inuyasha, Neon Genesis Evangelion, and My Dear Friend Nokotan. 19,000. Minus 4,000 for the Brain Rot Deer Overdose. Whoops. 15,000 aura for that Unhinged Taste in Classics, plus 8,000 aura for the Emotional Wolf Children Anchor. I had DBZ and I got minus 8,000. Excuse me. Can I play too? Yes. The link is in chat. Someone drop the link again. Kimi ni Todoke. Isn't that the Your Name? G-Gundam is good. I already read that. Get them on screen. They are on screen now. Nope. Okay. Chaos Seeking Emotional Wreck. This one is Slice. Danganronpa 3. Danganronpa 3 again. Assassination Classroom. Death Note. Future Diary. Horimiya, Mission, Yozakura Family, Frieren, and Chainsaw Man. Plus 4,000 only. Minus 2,500 for Danganronpa. Minus 1,500 for Future Diary. Plus 8,000 for Frieren. Okay, anyways. This one is from Kinji Cat. Soul Eater. Oh, based. Sword Art Online. Okay. Assassination Classroom. Dramatical Murder. Non-Baka. Sonic X. Wow. Blue Exorcist. I'm sorry. Anyways, and Howl's Moving Castle. Oh fuck. Oh, I should put Howl's Moving Castle. That was my favorite anime movie, but still. Gifter. Oh wait, why did I put Redline? I'm so stupid. Redline was so good. Gifter Drenched Chaos Gremlin with Pure Heart of Gold. Plus 8,000 for the Unhinged Aesthetic Taste. Minus 4,000 for the SAO Mainstream Trap. Plus 6,000 aura for the Nostalgic Sonic Fever Dream. Okay. Let's see. Who was this one? Plus 7,000. I think this is also Slice. Death Note, Future Diary, Yozakura, Horimiya, Control, Assassination Classroom, Chainsaw Man, plus 7,000. 8,000 for Kakegurui. Oh, Kakegurui is on here. High Stakes Energy. I mean, that's good anime, actually, despite how it's depicted. Minus 4,000 for Still Living the 2006 era. Plus 3,000 aura for the Horimiya Palette Cleanser. Okay. Touch Grass, but like in a cute way. Retro Tech Aesthetics. This is Workers. Ghost in the Shell, Jinro, Wolf Brigade, Porco Rosso. I remember this anime. I didn't watch it though. Memories, Golden Boy. Damn, I heard good things about Golden Boy. Perfect Blue. Damn, good taste. I still haven't watched it, but I know enough about it. Gunsmith Cats. I've heard of this, I think. Hummingbirds and Girl und Panzer. This one's your favorite, apparently. Plus 23,000 aura. You are 90s OVA archivist stuck in a gorgeous, grifty time capsule. They understand you so well. Plus 15,000 aura for the Mamoru Oshii appreciation. 12,000 aura for Kintaro Oe Sigma Grind. Minus 4,000 aura for the Girl in Panzer Whiplash. It didn't like that. That's you. Not the emotional wreck. I think they like Danganronpa. I think they don't like Danganronpa. I forgot about Kimi ni Todoke. Old anime? Oh, sorry. What's that one about then? Base Guy 2006 era. I just uploaded mine. Okay, let me take a look at that too. Actually, we can look at that one next, actually. This is Nails, Avant-Garde Connoisseur, Katanogatari, nice. Gurren Lagann, nice. Princess Mononoke, Yu Yu Hakusho, Fooly Cooly, yeah, Tatami Galaxy, oh, that's a good one. The Big O, ooh, also good. Paranoia Agent, I heard things about it. Cromartie High School. Cromartie High School is so funny. I watched that with my brother. 65,000 aura. God damn, you have the highest score out of everybody here. You feast on avant-garde, chaos, and retro cool vibes exclusively. 25,000 aura for that peak Y2K aesthetic mastery. Plus 15,000 aura for Tatami Galaxy Enlightenment. Minus 5,000 aura for being a total pretentious hipster. Go watch the normal ones, you freak. Look how it calls me grandma, the disrespect. 65k, holy shit. Lamau, pretentious hipster. It hates you. Let's see. This is Zozo's. So we got JoJo, Black Butler, Howl's Moving Castle, Death Note, Death Parade, Orange, We're on High School Host Club, another, and Attack on Titan. 12,500. Nice. Well, actually, hold on. Also between gothic elegance and pure psychological trauma. Plus 8,000 aura for the peak edgelord aesthetic. Minus 4,500 aura for having 0 original hits here. Plus 9,000 aura for the death parade taste alone. Touch grass or go watch Serial Experiments Lane next. Okay. And then finally you have Raios, which is 4,500 aura. Kogias, Mobile Suit Gundam, 00, Anohana, Fate's Day Night, Campfire Cooking in Another World. That's nice. Orb on the Movement. I heard about that one. Steins Gate, Durarara, and Gintama Season 4. Anyways, 8,500 for the Peak Mecha Obsession. 5,000 for the Existential Dread Taste. Minus 2,000 aura for the Comfy Isekai Tonal Whiplash. Stop crying over Anna and go touch some grass, bestie. This put me in third then, for I was second. I call second here, at least. Let's see. Didn't realize we were in the presence of the Uber Weebs. Uber. Okay. I still have to finish mine, though. So knowing what I know now, there's a few things I could put in here. Redline would be really, really good. Vampire Hunter D also was really fucking good, by the way. Well animated, but anyways. There was something here that reminded me of something. I can't remember what it was. Howl's Moving Castle would be another option, because that's also really good. I feel like I'm forgetting one, but I can't remember what it is. It was like a deep cut anime I watched that. I did watch Black Butler, by the way. Shame about season 2. I don't think that went very well. Season 1 was great though. I heard the manga's still ongoing. I can't believe Dungeon Meshi didn't make your list. I didn't finish Dungeon Meshi, so I don't think that counts. You know what I mean? As much as I love Dungeon Meshi. Mahosukai no Yome? What's that one about again? Wait for me? Don't worry. I'm waiting. We're not going anywhere. Honestly, need to watch more animes. I mean, I do too, but here we are. We don't talk about Black Butler Season 2. No, we don't. You ever seen Ghost in the Shell? No, but I wanted to too. Goblin Slayer? I didn't watch Goblin Slayer. Heard it was pretty good though. I'm tempted to put another isekai on here, but I really shouldn't. If I'm going with my gut, God, I love Redline. Redline was so fun. You know? I mean, we could see what happens. They might give me minus points for fucking Redline for some reason. Go with your gut. Watch give me like, holy shit, holy fuck, yeah. Let's go. Ah. X Digital, you need to post a picture, not the link. Are you not in the Discord? Whoa, I have taste, baby. Still not my aura? Okay, well, I'm not that far off, buddy. All right. Okay, look, I admit it. You have better aura, 65,000. But like, I have good taste. Immediately after I remembered I put in fucking movies. Damn, bro, 59k. Guess I'm fourth. Okay, I told you I have good taste. I just needed the right one. I can't believe they shit on G Gundam, bro. Leave me alone. I'm looking through stuff to try and remember some of the stuff I watched when I was younger, right? Anyways, you are an agent of chaos with the soul of a shonen protagonist. Thanks, I guess. That sounds more like Hunter. But anyways, 15,000 aura for the Gintama Peak Comedy, true. 8,000 aura for Redline Speed Addiction, true. Minus 4,000 aura for the Clannad Emotional Baggage. Oh, come on. So you're saying if I replace Clannad with something else, I would... No, I don't think they would care, huh? In theory... Wait, it's not 150,000... Wait, 15,000 plus 8,000? Wait, how does this math add up? No, it's 150,000. Wait, what? I'm an emotional damage specialist. I mean, I will take this, but still, what the fuck? Also, how much? Nail, did you only get minus 5,000? Oh, never mind. You got 250,000, bro. What is this? I can't do the math. Why are you Sag? Hold on. Okay. I have it here. I think the math is that there's a base score for each anime. Oh, I see. Okay, well, I have it. It's gonna be bright, though. Existential Emotional Architect. Death Note, Violet Evergarden, Naruto, Gurren Lagann, Spirited Away, Silent Voice, Serial Experiments Lane, Nichijou. Oh, fuck, I love Nichijou. Fuck. To Your Eternity? Okay, these are all good tastes. I don't know what the fuck's the wrong. You got 39,000 aura. Why are you sagging, bro? 15,000. You are the ultimate emotional endurance athlete with a complex heart. 15,000. Oh, no wonder you're sagging. 15,000 aura for the existential crisis taste. Minus 4,000 for the standard mainstream gateway. The Naruto? 8,000 aura for Nichijou Chaos Energy. Go touch some grass and drink some water. You're dehydrated. I don't know what you're complaining about. You got 39,000? Okay, so the winners here are Exdigital. Whenever I tell people my anime taste, they usually say I like crying. I mean, you didn't put Anohana on here, so I wouldn't say that. Violet Evergarden for sure, though. Silent Voice, also beautiful. To Your Eternity, I heard is really good. You know, you got Nichijou on here. Death Note is, okay, despite how much shit we give it, it is good. You got Gurren Lagann here. That means you're really good. Okay, I can see why people would say you like crying, okay? But Gurren Lagann was good. I don't care. Hot take, Anohana wasn't sad? Really? Okay, I haven't watched this. I wouldn't be able to tell you. The only anime I've cried on was like Clanad After Story. Just saying. Emotional damage specialist. Stop thinking about how the Truman Show works. What are you saying? What if they shit on all mecha anime? That's not true because Ryo did their quiz and got plus aura 8,500 for peak mecha obsession. That's why. My eyes. Contemplating change. Bungo Stray Dogs is good. I haven't watched it, but I know it's good. Hi, Murdoch. Murdoch, you gotta take this quiz too, actually. We gotta see your taste. What's this? So you put in 9 of your favorite animes, and it shows you what your score is based on it. Okay? So most people got like 20,000. I think we put in order of highest. Let's see. This is Zozo's. Hold on. This is Nails. Where's Workers? Workers is 23,000. Right? Okay, so no, mine's 59,000. Jesus Christ. Am I second? 65, 59, 48, 39, 23, 12, 7, 10. Oh, wait, hold on. This goes up here. 4, 19,000 actually. Hunters? 22. Okay, so hold on. Where does this go? Below here? Yeah, okay. This one goes above that. So we got 4,000, 7,000, 10,000, 12,000, 19,000, 22,000, 23,000, 39,000, 48,000, 59,000 aura, and 65,000. A fucking aura farmed. Anyways, okay. Well, now we have to wait on We gotta wait on pins and needles here. We gotta like be on the edge of our seats. I gotta know what Murdoch's taste is, guys. You really did farm. It's because I didn't remember the animes until I was like, oh yeah. But these 9 would definitely be like, god damn, I love these ones. I finally landed 5th. Brutal fall from grace. I wouldn't say I farmed as much as I was trying to find like the right answer for what my favorite is. But Redline definitely beats out the other ones I put in. Okay, well, no, that's not true. G Gundam was really good. I did really like G Gundam. Fuck. I cannot tell you the plot of G Gundam. I mean, I can actually. This guy is looking for the guy who killed his brother. Or actually, no, maybe he was killed. Or was he looking for his brother himself? Basically, he's looking for the Dark Gundam. And then, but he has to, okay. G Gundam is a martial arts anime disguised as a mecha anime. It has both, but it's more of a martial arts anime than it is a mecha anime. All right? Because it has special techniques and shit like that. Plus, it's like a world martial arts tournament. And also, every Gundam is kind of stereotypically racist for some reason. That's okay. Not really okay, but it's funny. All right? No put Kogias on here? That's not true. Kogias is right there. I think some other people also put Code Geass, but yeah. No, I think Ryo was the only person who put Code Geass. At any rate, Nail remains undefeated, but also I'm noticing a recurring trend in high-scoring animes. Gurren Lagann was the shit, okay? I don't care what anyone says. Gurren Lagann was so good. I did. The good taste. There you go. Zen or Ram? Good question. Ram? I don't know the question, so I'm just answering. You know what Bungo Stray Dogs? Of course. Should change my brain chemistry. I mean, yeah. Code Geass will do that to people.
This hand of mine is burning red. Its loud roar tells me to grasp victory.
I mean, I'm personally a fan of Shining Finger.
This hand of mine burns with an awesome power. It's telling me to defeat you.
I redid mine with others that I couldn't think of at first, and my score got worse. Honey, I got dock points for sight. Oh, hold on, shit. What is this? No, honey, please. What happened? Chaos Magical Girl, Space Dandy, Bocchi the Rock, Love Live Sunshine, Space Patrol, Luluko, Sayuki, Little Wish Academia, Magical Doremi, Gachikuta. Okay, Gachikuta was actually fire though. Banty and Stocking Garter Belt, also funny as fuck. Chaotic Glitter Bomb looking for a vibe shift. Plus 8,000 for Studio Trigger Brain Rot. 7,000 for Magical Girl Connoisseur status. Minus 4,000 ore for the Sayuki Curveball Grandpa. Go touch grass where you start a cult at a cafe. Whose is this? This is Honey Citrus's. Okay, you going on over here, I think? Yeah. Cool. My score is still pretty good. Save image, please. I could post it in my own Discord. Kijika got a different one here. You put Soul Eater, Nanbaka, Sonic X, House Moving Castle, Assassination Classroom, World Trigger, Dimension W, Seraph of the End, and Vampire Rain, and Angels of Death. Plus 9,000. You peaked in a 2012 Tumblr mood board and refused to ever leave it. Plus 8,000 for 2010's aesthetic nostalgia. Minus 4,500 for the edgy phase lingering forever. Plus 5,500 aura for that World Trigger Taste King. Your playlist is definitely just Vocaloid Nightcore. I forgot Seraph at the end. I mean, Owari no Seraph was fine, I think. And this is going over here, I believe. Yeah, okay. We're getting all the scores in there. Let's see. My Anime Aura. Put that in there. Fate. Imagine if I put some... Okay. Imagine if I put, what's it called? Instead of Clan After Store, I put like Vampire Hunter D or some shit like that. Do you think it would have gone up even more? Maybe not. Too avant-garde. I haven't heard Seraph at the End since I was like in elementary. Damn. Holy shit, I can't think of a last anime I love. Also, doesn't matter what placement the anime is? No, they don't. Fate, nope. Paranoid Agent doesn't have Fate Strange Fake. Nail does, definitely knows anime. It does. Type the whole thing. Okay, I think you have to type the whole thing then. Fate Strange Fake, because I'm pretty sure someone else put it here too. Unlimited Blade Works. This the bow to my sword. Pretty sure someone else picks Fate Strange Fake too, though. Unless I'm mistaken. Maybe not. Could have sworn. It's a good question, right? I'm sorry, but putting Danganronpa twice makes you insane. I'm sorry. The proper title? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. We gotta see the results, Murdoch. Touch grass where you spiral into another rewatch? Sorry, man. How did you know I rewatched Eyeshield 21 like twice? Imagine a whole list of JoJo? Are you guys curious of what that would look like? We must see Murdoch's list. Does anyone want to test that? Just put like... Wait, there are only 7 seasons of JoJo though. You can't have 9 JoJos on here. I was going to. Because you only have... Well, actually, I guess you could, if there's a movie, you could. Can you put the old JoJo anime? I mean, yeah, that's the... Isn't that the old... is there another... I guess there is an older JoJo, unless I'm forgetting. That Danganronpa has a hold of me. No, it's a fine. I'm just saying, you aren't technically insane for putting it twice. Your choice in RAM made me play the game. Thank you, Francois. You're welcome. I don't know. I don't actually know what you're referring to. But I'm guessing it was Overwatch. And you ran someone off a cliff. It's older than that. It's like the 90s or something. I think I know the one you're talking about because I've seen clips of it. You know, the one where it's like it's animated a certain way, and then Dio and Jotaro are going at it. I think I know what you're talking about. So that would actually bring it up to a total of 8 different JoJos you could put on here, because you got obviously season 1 and 2 are lumped. Actually, no, they would only put you 7. Season 1 JoJo is only considered one thing. Then after that, you have part 3, Diamond Crusaders, right? Or then part 4, Diamond is Unbreakable, which is 3. Part 5, right? Golden Wind. Part 6, Stone Ocean, and now part 7 with Steel Ball Run. That would bring you up to 6. Plus the old JoJo anime would give you 7. You're missing 2 more. The old JoJo is not good. Wait, I sent mine? Okay. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and expecting a different result. All JoJo? You only put 7? 21,000 aura for just JoJo. The definitive JoJo completion with a severe posing addiction. Oh, hold on, I gotta show this on stream. Okay, first Murdoch's, right? Okay, so Murdoch's is this one. We got Chaotic Aesthetic Connoisseur, plus 10,000 aura. You are a chronically online chaotic gremlin with a heart of gold. You put Mob Psycho 100, Little Witch Academia, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Diamond is Unbreakable, Part 4 is great. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood gets you bonus points, right? Doraemon, Soul Eater, Poetry of the Rock, all great taste. Fate's Strange Fake, and Penny Stocking with Garter Belt. You got minus 2,500 aura for the mainstream safety net. Whoops. 4,000 aura for 4,500 aura for the unhinged comedy choice. Fair enough. Go Touch Grass, you adorable little disaster. I mean, it's a solid score. It puts you right next to this person here. I believe that is Kinji Cat. And finally, we have this one's a funny one for sure, though. The all JoJo tier list, or not tier list. The all JoJo list is actually insane. If you put only JoJo as your favorite anime, you get fucking 21,000 aura. Definitive JoJo completions with a severe posing addiction. Plus 25,000 aura for absolute franchise loyalty. Minus 12,000 aura for zero variety in your diet. Plus 8,000 for the menacing fashion sense. Touch grass and learn to pose in public, king. 21,000 aura. Even if you get minus 12,000, you still get 21,000. This implies if you were to put 2 different other animes in here, your score would shoot the fuck up. What do you mean zero variety? Every part is literally different genre. That's not true. It's all JoJo. You know that. Why mine is mainstream? Yours is mainstream because of the fact that you have Mob Psycho, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood as a safety net, Bocchi the Rock. These are all like high scoring animes everyone knows is good, right? Soul Eater, stuff like that. These are all like proven to be good, which makes them too basic for the system. Soul Eater, right? They're literally too good of a safety net. You didn't like. Basically, they're saying, come on, what's your most dangerous anime take? 7 of these are super known. That's true. Whereas you look at fucking Nails list. What the fuck, bro? You put Katamonogatari, not just Yu Yu Hakusho, but Ghost Files, apparently. Fooly Cooly is great. But it's the Tatami Galaxy Big O and Paranoia Agent with Cromartie High School that really knocked it out of the park with this one. Like, what the fuck? Nail, definitely true anime watcher with genuine taste. Okay, I've watched these, but they weren't my favorite. That's the issue, right? I'm a fucking basic guy at heart. Right? I need to speak to Nail. Dangerous? Okay, I got you. All right, what do you mean by dangerous? I added 2 more and went to 19K. It went down? Oh, it's because it didn't have the bonus of having them all together. Fuck. I'll take it. Anyways, we gotta put the JoJo one at the 21,000. Incredible, though. My calories are all carbs, but JoJo keeps my heart beating. Part 4 is Slice of Life. Part 5 is Crime Drama. And Part 6 is Prison Escape. Okay, well, you can't just say that they're all different because of those things. It's all JoJo in the end. Like, they're different JoJos, of course. But that being said, you can't just say it's a different. Okay, I mean technically it's a different genre, but that's not what they're talking about. Variety is that you have no other. You are only loyal to JoJo and you watch nothing else. Is what they're saying. Part 3 is Adventure, yeah. You ever seen Kantagatari? It's really good. I haven't watched any of the Monogatari series, unfortunately. I've only seen clips of the animes. I enjoy your looking at your taste. I can tell you really know your stuff. Why are you always sad your sentences? Thanks. I just like some out there stuff. Maybe you just like sagging. It's all JoJo's. That just settings and themings. I just want to see Fully Cooling and Paranoia Agent. So true. My whole food pyramid is JoJo and it's balanced. Okay. Kanagatari is not Monogatari series. Really? Okay, what is it about then? Imagine I put something like, what is that anime about, what's it called? Hanafuda cards. Does anyone remember that? I didn't watch it, but I know about it. I tried watching Monogatari and I forgot No Game No Life. Oh my, do you think, I mean, you could redo it. You could see, what would you swap out for No Game No Life? And would your aura go up? Because right now your aura is at 10,000. What would you swap out for it? It's about a man and woman collecting cursed swords. That sounds sick as fuck. Watch the Atomic Galaxy, please. I mean, that's good. I can guarantee that's good. I've seen clips from it. It's good. It's a good question, right? This would be so real. You probably got plus points for Doraemon. Maybe PSG? Maybe. I don't know. It says here unhinged comedy choice, which is probably Pantheon's document. I don't know. PSG's brought me back in anime. That's true. Oh, man. I mean, you could take out... no. That's tough. I mean, it's probably maybe Mob Psycho and Little Witch. I'm not sure, though. Both are good. Both are great, though. That's a tough choice. It's very artistic and beautiful. It's like the story about the main character who tries to find his ideal life. Look at my list. It was a bit too safe as well, but I got pretty good score somehow. I mean, you still got a great score. I don't know what you're saying. You got a here, right? 39,000. It's not that safe. Okay, the top half is pretty safe. Mainly it's because Naruto is here, I think. But everything under here, like, good choices, right? What if I had replaced Nietzsche? What if I had replaced Clannad After Story with Nichijou instead? Who's pulling up on Dead Demons, Destruction, or DDDDD? All these animes are pretty known, though. I mean, that's fair, but that doesn't make them bad, right? They're known because they're good. If anything, I'm insane for putting fucking My Next Life as a Villainous on here. I put all BL. It gave me 70,000. Probably insulted you, too. The Kanagatari artist is the person who makes the new Pokemon animes. Oh, that's interesting. And designs? That's very interesting. We should probably get out of here, guys. Like, I think we've accomplished everything we wanted to. The machines fear men kissing. Hold on, did anyone post anything else? Well, okay, I gotta see this. Hold on, let's see the BL list. The BL Connoisseur Elite. Fujorayo. I'm probably not gonna know any of these. Except for Dramatical Murder, but I just saw that one. And Free, fuck. Man, I watched this. It was so much gayer than I expected a shonen anime. Instead, what I got is high school boys that act like high school girls. Ergo Proxy, damn. What is Hunters? Free ending 1. Jinjo Romance, Romantica, Sekai Ichi, Hatsukoi, the world's greatest, Taigano Ichi, Heaven Academy, Dramatic Murder, Isekai Office Worker, the seasoned veteran of every spicy BL subgenre ever created. What are you gonna put? Yuri on Ice on here? Probably not, huh? I don't think it's good enough. It's too basic. 15,000 aura for the legendary BL classics list. Minus 4,000 aura for the dramatical trauma flashbacks. Plus 6,000 aura for that Isekai palette cleanser. Okay, it's time to touch grass, bestie. What the shit? It drastically went up. Oh, I gotta see this. What did you change, bro? I forgot Dramatical Murder had an anime. High school boys can have drama. That's true. They can. That being said, though, they did not act like high school boys. I'll be so real with you. All right, daily life of high school boys was a more accurate high school boys experience than watching fucking Free. If you asked me to describe anime after the year 2000, that's pretty much how I would have said it many years ago. Fair enough. The other two are a bit too spicy. I expected action. I got effeminate 8 high school boys. This machine... I mean, go watch JoJo then. I don't know. This machine is weak for not liking Dramatical Murder. I forgot to add in... I mean, that's how I feel about the fucking G Gundam, bro. I can't believe you dissed G Gundam. Let me see here. Add in a third one? Oh, you can fix that real quick. Damn, that... Wow, your score went way the fuck up. By taking one out? Huh? What did you even take out? Hold on, your original... Whoa. I'm playing spot the difference here. You took out JoJo Part 4 and your score shot dramatically upwards for some reason. The site doesn't like the DMMD OVA episode. Now I need to check what the site thinks about Diabolic Lovers. What the fuck? It went, don't tell me it went down. Because you had 9. JoJo Part 4 is there? Wait, what did you swap out then? Because it's near identical. Oh, it's the third one. The third one's the one that's missing. It doesn't show. I mean, I'm curious though. I mean, I can still show it. Little Witch Academia? Okay, hold on now. So you literally just put in the same one again and it just gave you a higher score. Is that right? Am I misunderstanding something? So this is supposed to be Little Witch Academia. Chaos Loving Maximus with Nostalgic Sauce. I haven't fixed it yet? Okay, you haven't fixed it yet, but it gave you 42,500 aura. It's not? Oh wait, so what is this then? Why did it give you so much more than 10,000? The Boshi relatability core plus 7,000 aura for JoJo Posing Excellence. Okay, so let me get this straight though. It really doesn't like another. I see. I mean, I remember another. I didn't watch it, but I remember reading the synopsis for it, and then I was hearing like, it's not, well, you know, is what I heard about it. The third one should be No Game No Life. Okay, so they're saying that you get bonus points for No Game No Life for this list, huh? Okay, so that would probably explain why the score went up so fucking much. Which would put you right ahead of here. This puts Worker at like number 7? No, not number 7. Number 6 still. The BL Connoisseur can go over here next to the other. Yeah. Okay, cool. I loved another just because the opening pure vibes. Not even top 5. Not anymore. Immaculate taste, though. I'm still sitting pretty at second somehow. Unbelievable. I don't even watch anime. How could this possibly happen? It just means that the anime you did watch was good. Alright, look at this. Alright, you had Perfect Blue, Golden Boy, Ghost in the Shell, Porco Rosso. The only thing it dinged you for is fucking Girls und Panzer. That's it. It's the only one that doesn't is like the odd one out of this like masterpiece of a list. And you refuse to take it off because that actually is your favorite. Now Ika's brain not trying to music again? Oh, I see. Okay. Have a good one, Sly. Hold on. Sly. Oh, wait. Sly posted this one? What the hell happened here? Is this all just all three? Is this just all 3 fucking Danganronpas? Plus 10,000 aura. You are a trauma-bonded connoisseur of absolute narrative chaos. Plus 15,000 aura for the Komaida obsession. Minus 8,000 aura for watching DR3 without irony. Plus 3,000 aura for the deep lore grind. Go touch grass or at least play the games for real. Well, that sure is something, isn't it? Danganronpa. This is all Danganronpa 3. God damn it. It's not even like Danganronpa. It's just Danganronpa 3. I didn't even know there are 3 different Danganronpa 3s. What the fuck? Anyways. Just true, just play the games. That's true, I fuck with the tank girls too hard though. Shit's so fun. They really don't show No Game No Life for some reason. Who knows? There is, but I put 4. There's 5, but I put... Oh, I see. I do play the games. I also do the 2.5 OVA. Yeah, no, you're like... Slide did play all the games. Okay. I wonder if this is worthy of posting on social media. Guys, rate my taste. Personally, I think it's quite good. Obviously the what's it called mainstream ones are Gintama, K-On!, Joe's Bizarre Adventure, One Punch Man, and Gurren Lagann. The spicy ones are apparently iShield 21, My Next Life is Villainous, Planet After Story, and Redline. JoJo Part 1? Yeah, I like JoJo Part 1. Leave me alone. That's your favorite one? I like Jonathan. Leave me alone. Alright, I know people like Joseph. Obviously, my second favorite is like Part 3, because Jotaro is so fucking cool. Okay? Part 4, also really fun to watch. Part 5 was insane. JoJo Part 1 is not bad. I think so. Technically, Season 1 includes Part 2. I mean, yes, that's true. And that's why it gets bonus points, because even though people might have shit on Part 1, Part 2 carries the rest of it, I guess. Jonathan's so wholesome? I agree. He's a good guy, man. He's, you know, it's a good list. I think so. I can't believe Redline gave me so many fucking points, though. It's actually insane. Like, you know taste, brother. Yeah, you bet I do. But that's only because people showed me things, you know what I mean? What did I find myself? I watched this of my own volition. I also watched... No, actually, why did I watch... Oh, I remember now. I found iShield 21 because Toonami stopped airing fucking anime on the TV, so they put it on live streaming service on their Toonami website. And that's where I saw iShield 21. And they ran out of the English dub, so I ended up watching the Japanese dub, and I couldn't stop watching it. Right? And then after that, well... iShield 21 was not a gateway drug. It was Naruto that was on 2000, like, what was it, 2006 YouTube era, watching part 3 of Naruto episode 50, like 100 and something. It was the one about the ramen eating. Anyways, that was the gateway drug for anime. Technically, Pokemon would be the gateway drug because I was watching that before, but that was more of like an Americanized cartoon version of anime, so it didn't really count, but I still love the anime aesthetic. So therefore, how do you actually get into it? I don't know. Toonami is a hell of a drug, man. Plus, sometimes staying up too late at night, you watch Adult Swim, you see Inuyasha for the first time, and Yu Yu Hakusho. I definitely like Yu Yu Hakusho more than I like Inuyasha, but that was only because I didn't understand what the fuck was going on in Inuyasha. But I loved Yu Yu Hakusho because it was fun to watch. It was so much more action. Plus, DBZ was great. People who don't like one, I'm gonna hit them with a Thundercross split attack. No one has ever been able to dodge the Thundercross split attack. It's not bad, but it's rare to find people that say it's part 1's their favorite. I mean, I love part 1, man. Hamon just makes me laugh so much. Plus, like, I feel like if you want someone to know if they like JoJo or not, show them the first 3 episodes of part 1. And that pretty much sums up the vibe of, like, all of the JoJo series. Because it's the entirety of episode 1, 2, and 3 of part 1 is an arc in and of itself. I gotta play V3, play some for Shig. Okay, that's a lot. Gasp, same. I can't wait for 2x2. Staying up late is how I found Kill la Kill. True, Kill la Kill was also really great. I love Kill la Kill. It's not my favorite, but it's so good too. Like, I don't know. Studio Trigger just doesn't miss, you know? Technically, Studio Gainax is the one that made Gurren Lagann, but, you know, they splintered off into Trigger, so, you know. I want my merch. You thought you beat me, but it was me, Dio. True. I've had people ask me if it gets better, and I'm like, I don't know if I was in love since the first episode of JoJo. Exactly, right? What was your first anime ever? I mean, I just said Pokemon was definitely the first, if you were counting that. Otherwise, it's probably gonna be like Naruto, I guess, because that was like the first thing on TV that I saw. Unless, well, no, hold on. I guess not. That's not my first exposure, but like my first understanding of anime was watching parts of, because some person in elementary school or something like that. I don't remember when the time period was. It was when YouTube was coming out, and it was like, have you ever watched Naruto? And I was like, what is that? And they said, oh, you can watch it on YouTube. I was like, what's YouTube? Because, like, I was a kid who only read books, okay, at the time. Now here I am. What the fuck, man? I become anime myself. Look at me. What happened? Akame ga Kill? Oh, Akame ga Kill was great. It was, well, at the time I compared it to the Game of Thrones of animes because you watched that every week and you never knew who was gonna die. No one had fucking protagonist protection. All right, no plot armor. Everybody dies at some point. Except for, I don't know, I won't spoil it. K-On! Exactly. K-On! Was so good. Love that show. Love the music. Studio Trigger the GOAT. I remember staying up for Toonami After Dark and they showed Gundam Wing with actual blood. Oh, damn, man. Good times. And DBZ? Yeah, DBZ with blood was hit different. Have you ever watched anime YouTube where it was like tiny ass boxing corner? Well, yeah. It was like in parts, of course. Came back to bro aura maxing. Sorry, man. What do you want from me? Did you take this quiz? Characters just kept dying? Yeah. As a kid, Doraemon was my gateway anime that continued until now, yeah. I didn't watch anime that much, yeah. Guess anime is the anime site godfather? What? I mean, not that I would ever admit to using certain anime sites like, well, fuck GoGo Anime, because I think I gave my computer a virus. Hypothetically speaking, if I were to use such a thing. I think I was using something called Anime Season. Theoretically, if I were to use it in the past. This is how I watch Panty Stalking. We always know about Kiss Anime. I mean, I know about Kiss Anime. That was not my choice, though. That was not my first choice. This is for the point brag? No, actually. I was curious because I couldn't decide on like a last one, but then after that I looked at everyone else's. Everyone said like, "Oh yeah, movies count." No one picked Redline, from what I understand. That's the movie I chose. Everyone was like, "Yeah," you know what I mean? So I went with my gut, and that's the one I got. I went with G Gundam first because I was like, "Well, I love G Gundam," and it said like, "This site hates G Gundam for some reason." I can't believe it. But they said, "Yeah, no, you have great taste with Redline," and said, "Sure, why not?" Nail though, what the fuck? Ron had to workshop his list to outscore me. He really hate worker out here plotting. No, I'm not. Besides, you guys can edit your list too if you want to try and outscore. I did the same list again. I got 10k again rather than 42k. Yeah, okay. It's very strange. Very strange goings. All right, I think we need to get out of here, guys. Like, it's past midnight. Let me see here. We have options. We have options here. What's the vibe? You're past midnight? I am past midnight. Why do you think I'm saying that? Surely there must be someone I can raid right now. I mean, there is, but it's just thinking who. What if I went to categories instead? Don't tell me. Ah, I am the biggest reading and writing streamer on Twitch. This can't be. There has to be people who love reading and writing as much as me, who also stream. It's almost as if these things are made with a bias. True, I mean, someone's judging it out there, but they're being fair about it, I like to think. I wonder if there's something like this but for games? Maybe. I put the Big O in my list and I called it a stereotype. I never laughed so hard. I mean, you can't even say that because Nail put the Big O on here, which means you have taste. But who cares? Congrats. Lane's gets more popular the more and more time goes on. I don't understand. I mean, people just keep saying good things about it, right? I heard down the grapevine that Serial Experiments Lane is good. I haven't watched it, but I believe it's good. Okay. Where the heck am I going? I'm glad to know that two of my friends are right now the biggest Guilty Gear streamers on Twitch. Happy for them. I don't know where to go. I don't know what the vibe is, guys. That's the issue. To hell, here's Toasty down there. Okay, I mean, there is one person I could raid. Because it looks like they're going to be up for a while. And I haven't been able to raid them in a long time. They're pretty comfy and cozy and cool. But then again, like, is it the right vibe? It always comes down to the vibes, guys. The vibes. Follow your dreams. Raid Iron Mouse? Damn, fuck. I mean, she is streaming. What's she even doing right now? Guys, you aren't gonna stick around for fucking Iron Mouse. Come on, let's be so real. Except for Zozo. Except for Zozo. Not Nail and I suggesting the same thing. Raid Maximilian Dude. Is he streaming? He would be so confused, bro. It's like, what is this reading and writing streamer doing fucking, like, what's it called? Raiding me. Come on. Is she? That's funny as hell. Do it? What? Iron Mouse? I mean, she is streaming right now, but like that's beside the point. Ah, wait. Why don't I just raid fucking? Wait, there's two people I could raid. Oh yeah, I forgot about these channels. Well, I didn't forget, but I just forgot they were live. Is what I mean to say. Okay. No, Dork was suggesting raiding to hell since Iron Mouse is Satan. I know that. I said Iron Mouse is live. But raiding Iron Mouse is insane. And then adding her on Twitter is insane. Because you know I add everyone I raided into. Alright, I'm not trying to punch up here. It gets swallowed by the massive audiences that lurk there. Okay. Let me think. I can flip a coin here. Okay, I got this, guys. I got this. All right. Someone's gonna see this and get so confused, but no, this one's mine. You Dork Twist nail. I meant nail, and I suggest the same thing. Wait, I just read that. Anyways, I understood what you said. You go to hell. We go to Iron Mouse, same thing. I'm not saying we have to go there, but where's my coin? Oh, yikes. What a funny looking quarter. All right, here we go. Heads for here, tails for there. I think that's the vibe right now, okay? 1, 2. Oh. All right. Heads for here, tails for there. It was tails. Okay, cool. And then I have to get a poll. Hey, whoever you want. That's true. Nah, I guess a poll would be too much. I cannot justify it. There's like chaos energy today, so I have to send you here. Also because I never get to raid this person. Or actually, no, hold on. I must scroll down my Twitter to see who was when was the last time I raided them. All right? There's a cooldown to these things.
He have TT physics, and you all should know.
That's true, actually. This bird has fucking titty physics. Boob physics. Okay. If I scroll down, I can take a look here. I rated this person, that person, that person. Did I rate them twice? No way. Okay, good. Oh, I haven't rated this person in a long time. Okay, cool. I know where we're going. It's been too long. Man, I don't know who's ending sooner, but like... And then again... Oh no, I already hit tails. What am I saying? I just double checked. It's fine. It's fine, guys. Looks like the jiggle's out of hand worker. So true. Anyways, we're good. We can get out of here now. Fantastique. All right. Follow me. Over here. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for spending time with me. I really appreciate it. If you're watching the VOD, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to come see me. Hopefully I get to see you live one of these days. And as for the rest of you, we're raiding Huntress. That's right, the Huntress, which I call her Hunty. Go say hi. There's the raid message if you have the emotes. If you don't have the emotes, feel free to use the other one instead. Take care, Braun. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, go say hi to Huntress. Huntress is a very cool streamer. Frog lover. Very cool new model that got recently. Currently playing Honkai Star Rail. Go enjoy. Have a good time. Go do what you gotta do. Go where you will. Just saying, though, if you stay around for the raid, you get extra points. Frogs are pretty cool. That's true. But yeah, next time you see me, if not tomorrow, then it will be Monday for Guilty Gear like usual. But it's been fun, guys. Thank you so much for submitting your stuff. I'll think about whether or not I want to do weekly prompt or whether I should do a monthly prompt, honestly. Because monthly seems to be more time for you guys to get things together anyway. Right? Or maybe instead of a prompt, we'll just do monthly showcase. How's that sound? I'm not really sure yet. I'll think about it. But yeah, this was a really fun one. This one was something. Thanks to all of you. You guys are what make the stream what it is. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for doing what you guys do. Appreciate your creativity. Appreciate your company. And yeah, that's about it for me. My name is Francois, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. can't believe you hit us with a homie raid. God dang it.